celebrate our superstar Faith Kipyegon 2 world records in a week. I quickly take you through our Kenyan culture and cuisine. We have about 42 ethnic communities. The largest are the Bantus. There's no singular dish that represents all of Kenya's wide cuisine. Different communities have their own distinct languages, the dressing, the music, the native foods. And we say here in Kenya that diversity is our strength and unity is our power. The Ministry of Education has come up with a program to express culture that is through the Drama Music Festival. And this program nurtures artistic talents in music and drama. Its main objective is to promote culture as one of the goals of education, as well as promote co-curriculum activities within the schools, the colleges, and the university programs. The program provides a platform for pupils and students to express their cultural activities competitively. And in the next slides, I'll just sample a few communities in Kenya with no order, but just a sample of some of the communities. The Maasai, it's the most iconic symbol of Kenyan culture. The Maasai people are nomadic people, and they stick to their traditional way of herding livestock. And here, during a music festival, Norusura Secondary School in Narok County presents a Maasai traditional dance. Titin, please. Amazing talents from our students from various schools in the country. Next, the Luya people, they grow various cash crops, including the sugarcane, and bullfighting is an iconic sport in the tribe. And here we see a Nsscj-Iii dance by Miangeni International Academy. Amazing talent from our students. Amazing talent from our students. The Kisii, they are well known for soapstone carvings, pottery, and basketry. They have excelled in various commercial activities, and they grow crops such as coffee, bananas, pyrethrum, and tea. And here we have a Kisii traditional dance by the Meru University of Science and Technology students during the recent drama festival in Masai Mara University. Next, we have the Kikuyu. The tribe resides in central highlands of Mount Kenya that is good for production of coffee and tea. And here we have Mount Kenya University presenting a Kikuyu traditional dance. Then we have the Ameru. They are primarily agrarians practicing crop farming and controlled animal rearing. A traditional dance from Dagoni girls. And expression of culture, different cultures. Then we have the Luo. They grow crops like sugarcane and cotton. They are also skilled fishermen. And here, we have a Luo dance during the launch of the Talanta Hela initiative, which was presided over by the president, and also appreciating the talent of our artists in the country. Here it is. President dance. Dance, and they appreciated the talent by the musicians. Now, I welcome all of you to Kenya. In Kenya, we say, Hakuna Matata, no problem. Please stand up and welcome all our visitors to Kenya through this song, Hakuna Matata.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata.
nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
nchi yenye amani,
hakuna matata.
nchi yenye upendo,
hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wageni mnakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Thank you very much, Dr. Marete. Dr. Marete has done such a fantastic job telling you what Kenya is about, what to expect in Kenya. How many people are here in Kenya for the first time? Oh, wow, there's quite a lot of you. First time in Kenya. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana, yes, Hakuna Matata Kenya. And I do hope you get to sample some of the culture that Dr. Marete has pointed out. Key in points, starting of course with the Nairobi National Park, the only national park in a capital city. Now, Dr. Marete has set the scene for us about why we're here. Now we'll hear from Professor Paul Wainaina. No, we'll hear from Dr. Joseph Karauka, who is the chair of Department of Environment Studies and Community Development here at the Kenyatta University. Karibu sana, and thank you for hosting us today.
Our cabinet secretary in charge of education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, Professor Paul Wainaina, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, the Executive Director, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Ayele Kabende, Programs Manager, Sinda, Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Martins Brouwer, Dutch Ambassador to Kenya, Professor Seth Osafo, Legal Advisor, African Group of Negotiators, members of National Assembly present, members of East Africa Community. I can see we have one of honorable members, Dr. Olufuso Somorin, Principal Regional Officer, African Development Bank, and other representatives, dignifying offices here, and those following online. The university management who are represented here, the deans, directors, chairpersons of teaching department, ends of units, members of academic staff, students, and participants who are following this online. Good morning. Standing here in front of you today reminds me of the successful Cohort 1 and 2 of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. It is my honor to welcome you in the third cohort of this summer school, and I'm humbled to be part of the team that has been involved in conceptualizing and planning for this great Nairobi Summer School. In the year 2019 and 2020, PACJA and its partners have supported Kenyatta University through the Department of Environmental Studies and Community Development at the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences in implementing this program. As we have been told, the objective of this is to bring together the young scholars, researchers, practitioners, community leaders, and young people who are involved in climate change and justice activities to share their ideas and experiences on the effect of global warming and therefore climate change. As we commence this third summer school on climate justice, I take this opportunity in this event. The success of this summer school is a call to all of us globally to build capacity of the young people, and that's why all participants who have been selected are 30 years and below to take action in addressing climate crisis and globally. Participants in the school will play a vital role in their countries in capacity building of local communities in implementing key programs that may be implemented by their government, their communities, and their organizations. There are many projects that can address environmental issues like the locally land climate actions. We have a number of projects, especially in Eastern Africa on food systems and resilience. Our school and department particularly has really benefited a lot from this summer school. In the cohort 1 and cohort 2, the participants who are involved, some of them are doing great work in their communities. Others were able to secure international fellowships, and they are out there serving areas of research and academia. You feel welcome. They are impressed to interact with all participants in the next 2 weeks. Those from West Africa, I'm sure there are many from West African countries, from Burkina Faso, from Nigeria. We have quite a number from Accra, from Ghana. We have quite a number from Senegal, those from Central Africa region, from Gabon, from DRC Congo. We have quite a number from Cameroon, in Santic region. For the last 2 cohorts we had, a number of participants from Mozambique, from South Africa, from Malawi, from Zimbabwe, from Tanzania, from Uganda, and some from even East Africa region, especially majority from Kenya, others from Ethiopia and Somalia. So all of you, welcome. And I take this opportunity to welcome Dean School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences to formally welcome the Vice Chancellor to open this conference. Thank you.
Our Honorable Minister, Cabinet Secretary in charge of education here in Kenya, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Executive Director, PACCHA, His Excellency Ambassador Martin Boer, Dutch Ambassador, all protocol observed. Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Dr. James Koske. As my chairman has said, I'm in charge of the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you, more particularly our visitors from other countries within Africa. It is a pleasure to see you and to welcome you into Kenyatta University. My school, the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, has 5 departments, for which the Department of Environmental Studies and Community Development is directly linked to PACCHA. We have other departments, the Department of Environmental Education and Sciences, the Department of Agricultural Economics, the Department of Animal Science and Health, and the Department of Agriculture, Science and Technology. PACCHA is a very important partner to us. We have had several other cohorts, 2 cohorts before. Now we have the 3rd cohort. And of course, I really feel very honored to host you in my school and in my university. My function here in front is simply to invite my Vice Chancellor so that he can invite the rest of the guests. But I'm very happy that at the end, towards the end, we have organized an environmental activity for you to plant trees in Kenyatta University. Planting trees is one of our major activities throughout this season and for the next 5 or so years or 10 years to come, and always. We plant trees. We usually encourage our visitors who come in here for a few days to plant trees so that they leave a legacy. And when they come back in the near future or a distant future, they can go back to their tree and ask it how the environment has been, and as it were, continue to own the tree. And when we are planting trees, we have a small chant that we make. We say, panda panda and miti miti. This is to say, grow many trees. When you say many trees, you need to grow them. So we'll chant this when it comes to the time of planting trees. Vice Chancellor Sir, may I now invite you to address this group and invite the secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Koske. I just want to recognize the people who are here. You can see this is a high-level meeting very early in the morning. So I would like to recognize Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, and my boss, Honorable Tuya Saipan, our Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. I don't know whether he's here or represented. We have Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And actually, I'd want to say that this is really his function. The reason why we are here is because he has organized and we are hosting together. I also want to recognize Ayele Kabede, Program Manager, Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, that is SIDA. We also want to recognize His Excellency Ambassador Martin Bauer, Dutch Ambassador to Kenya. I also want to recognize Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development, African Union Commission. I would also want to recognize a former governor of Makueni, Professor Kibwana, who is here with us. I also want to recognize Professor Seth Osafo, Legal Advisor, Africa Group of Negotiators. I also want to recognize Nicholas Soikan, Senior Social Development Specialist, World Bank, and Task Team Leader of Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program. He's here, and we know this is a very important partner. We also want to recognize Dr. Olufanso Somorin, Principal Regional Officer, African Development Bank Group. We also want to recognize Dr. James Molombezi, Officer in Charge, Climate Change Coordinator, African Climate Policy Center, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We also want to recognize Dr. Joseph Gatama Kishini, who is the Deputy Director, in the National Research Fund, and also a member of the KU Council representing the PS Higher Education. We also want to recognize all the members of management who are here at Kenyatta University. We also want to recognize the Executive Dean, Koskei, and the Chairman of the Department of Environmental Studies. And we really want to recognize all the students who are here. You are here, and the reason why we are here is because you are here. So we really don't want to take this for granted, that you have come all the way from all the African countries, and we feel honored that you are here. We also want to recognize the Fourth Estate. After our deliberation, you are the people who are going to spread the word. And all the other guests who are with us, and I want to actually say good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the details about why you are here have been given by my two officers, the Dean and the Chairman. But I want to say this. We are privileged as Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University is a big university. We are very strong in environmental studies, and recently we have joined environmental studies and agriculture. And we have very strong programs related to climate change. We also want to recognize that our students are very, very, very active. They take care of the campus. We have a big campus, and these students take care of our campus. They try to educate the other students, and therefore the issue of really working on some of the problems that we have because of the climate change has been addressed. It is being addressed by Kenyatta University very strongly. We want also to thank all the partners, including Mithika Mwenda, for actually allowing Kenyatta University to be the host and making sure that in the progress, the project that we have, Kenyatta University is playing a very big role. Everybody knows how serious this problem is. In Kenya, for the last 3 years, even those who are just hearing about climate change and the effects, actually, we have felt that. We have been having very serious drought. And when we think about it, we know this is because of the climate change. And therefore, it is not just a concept for us. It is something that has to be taken very seriously. You also know that our president is very, very serious about this. And the issue of justice in climate change and all the issues related to climate change are very serious. That is why we are assembling here. We are actually having this summer school to educate and to bring the awareness of the young people. Sometimes we say leaders of tomorrow, but these are not leaders for tomorrow. These are leaders for today. It is through them that we are actually going to make those changes. the partners who are here, we want to appreciate you. You have made it possible for us to have these young people to continue sensitizing themselves about some of these implications that can be dealt with. So mine is to actually say, as a host, we are very happy that you came. We will do everything to make sure that your stay here is going to be beneficial. I don't know how many how much time you have here, but we have been told there are other things that you can see in Kenya. We are very, 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 very strong in terms of tourism. You have already seen the big 5, but there are many more that you have to see. So, karibu sana for a very well articulated concept in terms of the summer school. And we hope that as before, Mithika, as before, we are going to go out having achieved what actually we came for. This is not the first time. Kenyatta University has hosted this. We had one in Mombasa, and we think that everything is going to be well. We are going to be around, and we are saying that we are ready to chip in where it is necessary. So with those few remarks, I want once again to thank all the partners and also the young people who are here for the summer school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wainaina, for welcoming us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being such a gracious host. Now, we are going to hear from PACJA itself to tell us why it's necessary to do this summer school in the 3rd cohort, what some of the successes have been for the other 2 cohorts that PACJA feels driven to keep doing this, and why you are all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Director of PACJA, Dr. Mithika Mwenda.
Thank you very much, our moderator, Zainabu. We also celebrate you, by the way. She is one of our beneficiaries of the ESA Awards, Africa Climate and Environmental Reporting Awards. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ezekiel Machogu, the Cabinet Secretary for Education. And I don't know how I'm going to go about the protocol, because I was observing Professor Wainaina. He has taken actually around 10 minutes on that protocol, and there is no time. So please appreciate me so that we are not going to waste time. He has done it on our behalf. He has recognized all our guests. We value you so much, but allow me to at least mention that Kenyatta University, we really appreciate you. Your unwavering commitment and collaboration towards this initiative for the past few years. I remember before we started this, through Dr. Kurauka, we came and we were exploring that partnership. And when we came, it was not easy, institutions are bureaucratic. So we had to find a way of having a working relationship. So, but when we went to to sign the memorandum of understanding, I think I've never seen a professor who is down to earth. Because once we said I think we need to do something after I explained to him what he wanted to do. And here we are today with this very, very amazing initiative. I sincerely thank our partners also for their unwavering kindness and confidence in us, which has allowed us to elevate the voices of disadvantaged communities and prioritize issues critical to their survival in regional and global discussions to tackle this climate emergency. Their contributions have given us the power to make the climate justice movement in Africa flourish. And I don't want to go beyond that because Dr. Marete really elaborated why we believe that the discourse on climate change is no longer about environment and science, it goes beyond that. And that's why I'll explain. We found it very important to invite the Minister for Environment because we want to change the narrative. I mean for education, because we want to change the environment. All we have been locked into 30 years of discussions, we have been discussing environment. We want to really the young people. And where do we find the young people? In schools, in preschools, in universities. And if we want to change anything, we can change just from there. The Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, which has brought us to this point, clearly demonstrates the transformative power of partnerships and genuine support addressing such issues like the climate crisis in our societies. I want once again to mention mainly the government of Sweden, represented here by my friend of more than 10 years, Mr. Yele Kevendre, who is the Regional Climate Change and Environment Manager at the Swedish Development Agency. For the last 10 years, they have worked with us and we continue to grow together. So for us, actually, we have forgotten whether they are our funders. We are more than that, partnership. When I shared this idea of the Nairobi Summer School with Ayele sometimes back in 2020, before we were disrupted by the COVID-19, he as usual unconditionally supported us because that's how we have been. And the rest actually, as you can see here today, with all these flourishing young people, is history. So thanks, Ayele, and we really appreciate, let us appreciate him and Sida. And may the spirit of our God Africa continue captivating and catalyzing transformative agenda in this continent of ours. We are also humbled to be joined by the Kingdom of the Royal Netherlands Ambassador to Kenya. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Martin Mbrowa, proving to be an dependable ally, especially in the innovative partnership and the youth mentorship. Just 3 weeks ago on 9th June, he hosted jointly with us and the Cabinet Secretary for Environment. I'm not sure she's here. I would have really appreciated if she came because this is a continuation of that partnership. One event is not enough. We want really to work towards that process. Let us make these processes. But for that youth dialogue to discuss their role in the forthcoming African Climate Summit, which is going to be hosted by His Excellency President Ruto in September. So we find even this as part of those conversations. It is just last week, I joined my colleagues in The Hague for our partners meeting for the African activists for climate justice. And one of the Power of Voices consortium supported by the Dutch government, and of which we are the only Southern land consortiums in the world, and we want to set that agenda. It is also my duty to acknowledge all those who are here also. We are in this program, we have been joined by the African Youth Commission. We also have been joined by the Organization of Africa Institute and Churches, the East African Farmers Federation, because farmers, and I'm very happy that this is linked with the Department and Faculty of Agriculture, and we have the whole empowered delegation from the Pan-African Farmers Organization, because we want really, as we root these things inside, we want to ensure that they impact the people who are at the front line of climate crisis. I would also want to recognize has been done by my colleagues, the ACPC, Africa Climate Policy Center, James, my friend, my very, actually almost a student, Sam Ogala, representing the Commissioner for African Union Agriculture, and all others, Olufonso, Sedo Safo, we have my friend Soikan there. We have all those. We have so many executive directors of organizations here. Please allow me to really recognize you in other ways, but feel appreciated as really we start this process. Allow me now to shift the focus to the reason why we are here. The young leaders hailing from Africa and elsewhere in the world, and I'm eager to feel the enthusiasm you bring in this meeting. So we have a song which we normally sing every time, and I think it will be a disservice if His Excellency the Minister goes without hearing our chorus. And I know David Jesse and the team could have been here with the guitar, but he'll join us later. So I'll start by saying, what do we want? No. Let us be vibrant. What do we want? What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? When do you want it? Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here for the third cohort of this climate justice coup, a unique and innovative initiative that aims to equip young leaders and activists with the knowledge, with the skills and the tools to advance the cause of climate justice in their communities and beyond. Our gathering here is a timely and relevant opportunity as we face unprecedented challenges and opportunities in the global fight against climate change. Climate change, as my earlier speakers have said, has far-reaching impacts on society, on economies and politics, intensifying existing inequalities and posing a significant threat to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. To address this crisis, we must strive for climate justice, which demands equity and solidarity while respecting human rights and promoting diversity and inclusion. Climate justice acknowledges our responsibility to protect the planet and its inhabitants, particularly those who have contributed the least to the problem but suffer the most from its effects. Addressing these global issues poses several challenges. The most notable changes, which include insufficient political will and leadership to implement ambitious and practical policies, clashing interests and agendas among various countries, regions, and sectors, inadequate funding and investment for low carbon technologies and adaptation measures, social and economic inequalities and injustices that impede climate action and resilience, misinformation and denialism that weaken public awareness and support for climate solutions, and heavy reliance on fossil fuels and unsustainable consumption patterns that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. The world faces enormous challenges, such as the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, the growing debt crisis, widespread hunger, and the continual impact of the COVID-19, which actually where resources are competing, whether to go to climate action or all these challenges. These issues are exacerbating problems, making it challenging to address the pressing issues of climate change and other development challenges. To overcome these challenges, the world must establish a new system to finance climate action and development, unlocking potential and increasing hope for a brighter future. The recent Global Summit for New Global Financing Pact, held in Paris on June 23, 2023, and which, as you know also, our Committee of Heads of States and Governments on Climate Change, who is also the President of the Republic of Kenya, was there among other heads of states. And I have seen is very captivating and very tall speech when he was there, because we need to change, we need transformation. So what kind of transformation do we need? And when we were with him in South Africa at the Pan-African Parliament meeting, which we co-hosted with Pan-African Parliament, and I'm very happy, Honorable Jacqueline from East African Legislative Assembly and Honorable Kadhambi here is here also from members of parliament. We really need to forge these partnerships, because it is out of that we are going to have a very strong voice, which is going to surmount the challenges which we face at international level. During the summit, world leaders agreed to mobilize $100 billion annually by 2025 to support Africa's green and digital transition, health and education systems. I want you to tell me what share we will be having in that. The pact aims to improve governance and transparency, enhance debt relief and restructuring mechanisms, and foster regional integration and cooperation. This pact is based on a new partnership model that respects Africa's sovereignty and priorities, promoting mutual accountability and solidarity. Although these solutions have been mentioned before, and we are very happy about them, the problem is we have declarations, but implementations become a problem. However, it's vital to remain optimistic for a brighter future, hoping that this is going to be delivered. The main next global gathering in the calendar of the discourse on climate change is the COP28 in Dubai, which presents another opportunity for global leaders to take decisive actions towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions and capping global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This is particularly crucial for Africa, one of the most vulnerable regions to the impacts of climate change. However, this continent can lead in low carbon development and industrialization by capitalizing on its urban and renewable energy sources, promoting sustainable agriculture, and enhancing its resilience and adaptation capacity. The COP28 is the perfect platform for us as Africans to demand climate justice and assistance from the international community, exhibit our solutions and the groundbreaking innovations, which we have actually. And if at Kenyan level, you see, the innovation, the M-Pesa was just innovated by a young university student. But we have always been worried about really intellectual property rights, because if we had that man who invented M-Pesa, which has gone global, then right now it could be at the same level with the founder of Facebook, Zuckerberg. But because we lack that, then everything goes and it is taken by multinational companies and they profit out of it, while these young people are wallowing in poverty. I know there are so many innovators here, and they will fight for really rewarding them on their innovations. As PAGA, we have advocated for climate justice at various local and global levels. We have been mobilizing and empowering grassroots communities to voice their concerns and demands and to participate in decision-making processes that affect their lives. We have been engaging with policymakers and stakeholders to influence and shape policies and actions that are responsive to the needs and aspirations of the people. We have built alliances and partnerships, as you can see here, with other actors and movements that share our vision and values. But we cannot do it alone. We need you, the young people, young leaders, young activists to join us in this struggle. As you know from your experiences, the young people of Africa and the global South are among the most vulnerable and affected by the climate crisis. You face threats like droughts. You face floods, food insecurity, conflicts, displacement, and diseases. And when all this happens, you are not able to achieve your dreams. You need more access to education, to health care, employment, and participation in decision-making. We are looking for actually climate jobs. These challenges undermine your rights, your dignity, and your potential. But you are not only the only victims. You are the agents of change, the catalyst of innovation, the champions of hope. You have the creativity, you have the energy, you have the passion and the courage to demand and create a better future for yourselves and your communities from where you come from. You can influence policies, you can influence practices, and you can influence behaviors at all local and global levels. But also, you are responsible for protecting and restoring our environment, culture, and heritage. Young people are very important. I was discussing with Professor Kibwana, my mentor here. When I was at your age, we are actually the ones who catalyzed the change, the transformation which Kenya has achieved to have the best constitution on earth. And it was actually one of Professor Kibwana and other who are not here, who did this. We followed them and we learned out of them. I want
I just sent you a mail to say
you can do it. If we can do it, you can do it.
Webinar,
and I can assure you, you know that the opportunities are limited.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That is why every young person in Africa and the global South should be invested in now. This is struggle now. For me, we achieved the constitutional struggle. For me now, it is the climate justice struggle. It is your right as young people. It is your duty as young people. And it is your opportunity. It is your way of shaping your destiny and contributing to the common good. It is your legacy for generations to come. There are inspiring stories of the previous alumni making a difference in communities. As someone said, some of them have found actually opportunities out of this school. Some have used this to explore and to secure scholarships in universities, whereas others have emerged as strong voices using their talents. Like one of us, I'm very inspired by David Jesse. He's using his guitar really to catalyze change wherever he goes. I hope you'll get an opportunity to be here. It is your way of shaping our destiny. Then, how do we create a more just and sustainable future if it is not by you? I can talk and talk. What I can say is that I'm very inspired. And I know we'll have 2 weeks of interactions. And by the time we come out of this, we are going to be a changed person. We are going to build partnerships. You are going to network. You are going to really learn. And that is actually what makes us happy as PAGJA. I look forward to interacting with you during this symposium and the next weeks. And Excellency, once again, thank you very much for really accepting our invitation. I'm sure we have been discussing with the Dr. Gatama and those others. I have been discussing with the Soikan and really to see how the Ministry of Education can really play a key role in the transformation we are envisioning towards like the FLOCA program, so that now we can build the capacity of young people to see the inevitable changes which they are seeing at their local level. They can be those agents of change. So as we do it at Pan-African level here, we can do so little because it is actually a very, huge landscape. But we want to see how we can develop even this practice at national level. And we believe that the school system is and education system is very important. We want to look at how we can treat it at county levels, and those systems, I believe that there is no other vehicle which we can use, like if we can integrate climate justice into the curriculum. It is happening in Netherlands, where Martin he can tell you the Ministry of Climate Change is not domiciled in the Ministry of Environment. No, it is in the Energy Ministry. They see it as an energy issue more than an environment issue. Others are put it as economic ministries. They see it as an economic issue more than an environment issue. I think that is the direction we need to go. Kenya catalyzed another, after discussion, we have a law, the Climate Change Act 2016, no other in Africa. And we want to see how, again, we can have a first one on ministering climate justice into the curriculum of the Ministry of Education. And I believe we can begin that discussion. We believe in actions, small steps, but they transform to be big issues later, and which can really be replicated to others. So thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, and I look forward to really having this very inspiring school. Asante sana.
Thank you, Dr. Mwenda. Thank you. Now, at the beginning, I said I'm co-hosting this with someone, and I'd like to invite my co-host now, Dr. Gatama Gishini from the Ministry of Education, to take you through the next part of the program.
Thank you very much, Zainambu. Our chief guest, Honorable Ezekiel Mashogu, who is also the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Kingdom of Netherlands. Allow me to say all other protocols observed. I think the next session that we have is a very key highlight and remarks. And because of time, I'm kindly requesting whoever is taking the start to please take like 5 minutes, just the key highlights. And the key highlights are a reflection of the 73 countries who are represented here and the journey that we have walked together towards this process. So our first speaker will be Ayale Kabende, and please let us be as brief as possible. Thank you.
Okay, good morning all. Yeah, I'm afraid because I'm here with a prepared speech, and you have to be generous to me because I traveled all the way just to make this 5-10 minutes speech. It's a bit formal. So just to save time, I recognized all the dignitaries in the room and underlined that all protocols are observed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to stand in front of you on the opening conference of the third cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, representing my organization, Nsscj-Iii. This is my second attendance to make a remark. Sadly, remembering the first cohort that I missed just because of the travel restriction during the pandemic. The Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is one of the major components of the cooperation agreement signed between PACJA and Nsscj-Iii under the GUARD project. This project, the GUARD Africa, is instrumental in galvanizing and unifying the voice of the from Africa resilient development in the era of the pandemic. I'm glad to learn that this year the program attracted a total of 650 participants online and in person from 73 countries. To be honest, this is a big achievement. I am familiar with the very competitive selection process and the logistic aspect of the same. I congratulate PACJA and its committed staff for making this to happen. Last year, while making a remark in the second cohort of the summer school, the main dialogue point was revolving around the much anticipated 27th Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC. That was held in the Egyptian coastal resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. as we all have fresh memory of that event, starting from the last date of the conference, we have been receiving a diversity of opinions and conclusions on what exactly was the outcome of COP27. Now, the question is, does it bounce back with our expectations, priorities, and ambitions? I'm asking this question because many of the participants were having high expectations and even calling the COP27, adding a prefix saying it is an implementation COP. It is an African COP, as it was happening on the soil of the African soil. Be it as it may, history remember COP27 with some progresses in the climate discourse, including the establishment of a dedicated fund for loss and damage, the renewal of commitment to maintain a clear intention to keep 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. Now, we have already started the road to the next COP, that is COP28, which will be held in the United Arab Emirates at Dubai Expo City later this year. I guess this is the time to draw lessons from the past, frame your expectations, presentations, and expectations from COP28. By the way, by any means, have you ever thought of the when and where about of the last COP? Me not. It was a coincidence that COP27 was held when human population reached 8 billion last year. Another 1 billion people will be added, making the human population to be 9 billion after 27 years in 2050. Subsequently, to feed this alarmingly increasing population, we need so much food. To satisfy the energy demands of so much population, we need so much biomass, and so on. Please count on its negative consequences on our effort to mitigate and adapt the impacts of climate change. According to the 2019 Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES report, which is the equivalent of IPCC for climate change, only 1/4 of land areas and 1/3 of oceans remain relatively undamaged by the human activity. Today, imagine how the situation is getting worse than the time when the report was released 4 years ago. As one important stakeholder in the process, SIDA commits to protect the environment and to proactively promote a transformation to an environmentally sustainable development by integrating environmental aspects in all its operations and sectors. For many reasons, over recent years, SIDA has raised the level of its climate and environmental ambition considerably. Sweden is determined to contribute to meeting national and international climate and environmental goals. By far, our greatest climate environmental impacts are indirect through the initiatives we are implementing with our partners like PACJA in this case. As climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation gather pace alarmingly, we can expect inequality, poverty, conflict, and the vulnerability of peoples and communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I have been saying it several times and repeating it once more today, SIDA is indeed very proud of the growth that we have seen at PACJA throughout its 12 years of fruitful and impactful development cooperation. As a long-term partner, we have seen the natural growth of PACJA to become the largest and reliable civil society alliance advocating for climate changes with a robust governance structure characterized by functional General Congress, Continental Board, and a secretariat through which the alliance runs its functions. Here, it would be rational to feature the fact that PACJA is a real case study of the power of non-state actors in policy influencing and shaping the African narratives on climate discourse. My message to the young participants. Last year, in my opening remark, I was trying to present the classification of generations based on when members of a specific generation become adults. It is categorized into 5. I will not go to the details, but while seeing the participants here, I can easily categorize you in the millennials and the generation D. I'm happy because these two segments of the society are identified as more sustainability oriented, and we are in good hands of this Y and Z, the millennial and the Z. Hence, investing in this segment of the generation is innovative and productive as well. Needless to mention here that young people like you, most of the participants of this summer's course, are the least responsible for climate change, yet will bear the greatest burden of its impact. At the future promise of the world, I don't want you battle much on the aspect of being victims of climate change. I would rather encourage you to think more on your valuable and exceptional contributions to climate actions. You are agents of change. You are entrepreneurs. You are innovators. You have the ideas. You have the creativity. You have the energy to shape a better world. Whether through education, science, or technology, you are expected to scale up your efforts using your brilliant skills to accelerate climate actions. More is expected from you. That's why you are here. That's why this creative and mind-changing learning platform is created for you. Let me support my argument referring a quote from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He said once, "My generation has largely failed until now to preserve the justice in the world and to preserve the planet." It is your generation, it's you, that must make us accountable to make sure that we don't betray the future of humankind. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the dedicated staff of PACJA, the management, for their excellent arrangement for holding the third court of the summer school as planned, and for allowing me to deliver this remark on behalf of my organization. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayale, on behalf of SIDA. Let us all applaud the good work that has been done by SIDA, not only to PACJA. There are also other areas that they have really supported. I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands here in the Republic of Kenya. So, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning. Bonjour, Jumbo. CS Education, Nsscj-Iii, His Excellency Joseph Sacco, the EU Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Professor Paul Wanyanya, Vice Chancellor of the Kenyatta University, and Dr. Mitika Wenda, I cannot forget him, the inspiration of these 2 weeks, Executive Director of the Pan-Africa Justice on Climate Justice. And a person who I'd like to mention also, because he was a bit of my mentor when I came in, and everybody referred me to him as being really the person who could tell you not only what devolution was all about, was meant to be all about, but also how he experienced it. That is the former Governor Kibwana. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be with you here this morning for the third Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. I'm heartened to see a groundswell of youth climate activists in this room. You have taken up the cause of climate justice because you want and you deserve to have hope for your present and future development. And gatherings like this we are having today are certainly inspiring and provide a space for learning and discussion. A big thank to you, Pakya, and the Kenyatta University for organizing this 2023 Nairobi Summer School. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the consequences of the climate crisis are becoming increasingly evident. In countries vulnerable to climate change, victims from floods, droughts, fires, and storms were 15 times higher than those in more resilient countries over the last decade. The most effective countries are those who have contributed least to climate change. The individuals who are most affected are usually the most vulnerable in our society, in particular from indigenous people and local communities, and the very old and the very young and the poor. Women too are disproportionately affected in many different ways. That is what climate injustice looks like. The most recent report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change tells us that we have a vanishingly small window remaining to keep alive the target of restricting global temperature to rise at 1.5 degrees as set out in the Paris Agreement. And I know that in regions and also in the African continent, 1.5 has already been reached and surpassed. Although a lot of efforts have been made to tackle climate change, we're still not doing enough. Yes, we have made progress. The work of countless climate champions and activists like yourselves has not been in vain, but we have not come anywhere close enough to where we need to be. The actions taken so far have been too little, too late, and the time for incremental change is over. Continuing on this path will intensify extreme weather, ecosystem degradation, and threaten the lives and livelihoods. Biodiversity will be even more victim than it already is. Sustainable transformation is the only credible path to avoid climate disaster, and we have few years left to deliver. We are far beyond the point of new ambitions and promises. We need to step up our efforts and rapidly deliver on the promises we've made by actions and solutions that leave no one behind. It is with this in mind that we need to prepare for the Africa Climate Action Summit hosted by Kenya, the UN Climate Action Summit in New York, and the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement and COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. that provide important opportunities to set the tone for action in the coming years. If there is one important lesson from the IPCC report for countries, investors, businesses, civil society, and whoever contributes to climate change, it is that we must take action and bring solutions that leave no one behind, and that we have to do this day. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Netherlands is taking its responsibility. To achieve this, we are investing significantly in renewable energy sources, such as offshore wind, both at home and abroad. We are also devoting a great deal of effort on climate adaptation and resilience in all aspects of our work. We aim to integrate climate impact considerations and building climate resilience in all aspects of our work, to contribute to resilient livelihoods, especially for those most affected. We often ask ourselves the question, will the interventions of today still have a positive impact in the coming 10 or 20 years, knowing the climate scenarios for each country? If not, we will have to adapt to the foreseen changes to ensure sustainable resilience building that will leave no one behind. We must be flexible. On the climate change, we, as the Netherlands, are increasing our annual contribution to 1.8 billion euros by 2025. And as part of this increase, we will double our public finance for climate adaptation, including 100 million euros for the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program by the African Development Bank. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, strengthening justice is a priority to our work to contribute to the 2030 agenda and to leave no one behind. We are committed to actively engage in partnerships to promote the action and the change required, to bring partners together, to foster synergies and learning opportunities and enhance positive impact. By working with partners like Pakya and others in this room, we aim to strengthen the voices of people and communities most impacted by climate change, a problem they did not create. Their voices need to be heard to influence decisions and policies that will have impact, that will impact their lives for the years to come. Climate justice is indispensable in addressing the existential threat posed by the climate crisis. Let me give you an example from the Netherlands. A Dutch foundation, it's named Urgenda, has issued a court case against the Netherlands state to enforce living up to an agreed reduction of 25% greenhouse gas emissions by the end of 2020. So this was in 2019. And many would not have expected that, but Urgenda actually won the court case. So government had to deliver, and being behind schedule, it has come up with new targets on greenhouse gas emissions. As I said, Urgenda is a Dutch foundation aiming for fast transition towards a sustainable society. It is a societal organization. It is a voice from inside the society that is holding government and government plans accountable. And it's saying when you sign up to an agreement, you have to deliver on the agreement. And the judge said, yes, that's true. Well, that is climate justice. At this point, I would like to end my remarks here and thank you, Pakya, and the Kenyan universities and all people involved in organizing this summer school. A special thanks to all of you for coming here to take part in these discussions and deliberations. I really wish you a successful learning in the coming 2 weeks. Asante.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the highlights and the support that you have provided to Pakya, and specifically to all these youngsters who are participating in this third cohort. We are aware that the people of Netherlands supported their participation. I think the next speaker will be Sam Ogola, and Sam Ogola is Senior Climate Change Officer, African Union. So yeah, you have the floor, Sam Ogola. And where possible, let's try to be brief, but let's not deliver whatever we are expected to deliver in this meeting. Thank you.
I can assure you I will be very brief. Good morning. The Cabinet Secretary for Education, Ministry of Education, Kenya, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Paul Wainaina, the Executive Director of PAGJA, and my heart, don't be surprised, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, His Excellency Ambassador Martin Borr, the Dutch Ambassador to Kenya, the Program Manager, SIDA, Ayele Kabedi, Principal Regional Officer, African Development Bank, my brother and my friend, Dr. Somoru Olofunsho, Senior Social Development Specialist, World Bank, my friend Soikan, Legal Advisor, Africa Group of Negotiators, Professor Seth, PAGJA Board, Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice, alumni, and the third cohort, gentlemen of the press and ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start by thanking PAGJA and also congratulating PAGJA for organizing this particular summit in a row for the third time. And this is coming on the heels of the events that concluded in May of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa, where our commissioner was ably represented. The impact of climate change in Africa is no more news. And the sixth assessment report of the IPCC released on the 20th of March this year has indicated again the vulnerability of the African continent as one of the most vulnerable continents to the impact of climate change. There also the place of climate justice comes to bear. And that is the cause that PAGJA has been leading over time and in the course of organizing this event. That those who cause the problem are shying away from taking the responsibility of cleaning the mess. And Africa is carrying additional burden of addressing the impact of climate change. This we've seen in the series of climate events impacts across the continent. Last year, we witnessed the flood that inundated almost half of the Nigerian landscape. We saw the drought in the Horn of Africa. And we've seen even heat waves across the continent for those who least contributed to the problem of climate change. The African Union has consistently been vocal and be forceful in the issues of climate change, including climate justice. As you may recall, the African Heads of State on Climate Change was established by the decision of the African Union. We have the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, and we have the African Group of Negotiators. The African Union also continues to provide over time the African Pavilion at the Conference of Parties, where the voices of African people, including civil society, have been amplified over time. At the 36th Ordinary Summit of the African Heads of States that just happened February this year, the African Heads of State affirmed the request from Kenya to co-host with the African Union Commission the first ever African Climate Summit. This summit aims to showcase the solutions across the continent and to show that Africa is not only a victim, but we have solutions that can help face the climate crisis. And that summit is coming up from 4th to 6th of September this year here in Nairobi. We welcome all of you to join us. This year in March, the African Union, together with the UK mission to the African Union and the US mission to the African Union, hosted the African Youth Post-COP27 Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at the AU headquarters. And what we did at that summit was to bring all the youths from the African continent to champion the cause of climate change, interrogate the outcome from COP27, and map out strategies to engage in COP28 and also at the African Climate Summit. You may recall that also last year, the African Union endorsed the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategies. This is the first of its kind, the one harmonized and coordinated flagship framework to coordinate all intervention regarding climate change on the African continent. And last 2 weeks, we held the first meeting, a roundtable to bring partners to join us in how we will operate and implement the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy. Most of our partners that are here were with us in Addis Ababa, including CEDA, World Bank, and the representative of the Dutch, Denmark, and the rest. With this, we've also moved forward. The African Union Heads of State endorsed last year the Green Recovery Action Plan for the African continent, emerging from the post-COVID recovery action. So at this point, colleagues, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are more than happy to work closely with institutions and non-state actors like PACJA who are championing the cause on the continent. At the first cohort, I stood here and on this podium, I gave a charge to the African youth and the global youth, and the charge still remains that you are the hope of Africa. You're coming from different corners of Africa. You are more than a candle. As you pick the fire from the Nairobi Climate School on climate justice, go back to your country, lit that fire, let others tap from you. Whatsoever you get from here, make sure you spread the fire, and Africa will be lit up. Your voice must definitely be heard. In the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy, we have the table for the African youth. We welcome you to come join us in implementation of that project, and what's the capacity you've been they're building in you over the next 2 weeks from here. We want you to deploy it to see a better Africa. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I want to thank you and wish us all a very fruitful engagement in the next few days from Nairobi Climate Justice. Once again, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sambo Gora, for the enlightenment as far as African Union is concerned and the focus within the context of the climate change or climate justice. At this juncture, I'm going to invite Dr. James Malobedizi, who is the Officer-in-Chief Climate Change Coordinator, Africa Climate Policy Center, United Nations, that's UNECA for Africa. And the presentation is online.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me? I trust that I'm audible in the room there. Greetings, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol and to also apologize that I could not be with you in person at this very important symposium. Allow me also to start by observing, as those who spoke before me did, acknowledging the critical importance of capacity building to respond to this increasing challenge of climate change, and in particular capacity building to ensure that the climate response itself is equitable and just. To put this into proper perspective, we are all aware that the climate response is undergirded by science, which is produced by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. The IPCC assessment reports do two things. They detail the extent of climate change due to human activities, but also propose solutions. The detailing of the climate impacts is based on science, weather and climate observation systems across the world. However, what is significant is that much of the climate science that is produced by the IPCC is in fact based on climate observations, analysis and expertise that is outside of the African continent. In other words, what we know about the climate system, about climate impacts, and about what needs to be done in response to climate change is defined by narratives and perspectives that have got very little African influence. The reasons for this are many. They include the limited investment in weather and climate observation systems on the continent, limited investment in research and development in Africa, as well as limited investment in capacity building for developing the analytical skills that are required to understand and respond to climate change in all its dimensions. As was indicated earlier, climate change is more than just atmospheric physics. It is more than just weather and climate observation. As climate impacts become more pronounced, the climate response itself is based also on understanding complex interactions between weather and climate and economies, societies, and ecosystems. However, there is very limited investment on the African continent in developing capacities, analytical research, as well as policy capacities in all of the dimensions of the climate response. Now, as climate change becomes more complex, and as we require more investment in responding to the climate impacts, how do we ensure that we can guide appropriate investments in developing these capacities? How can we ensure that, in fact, our governments, our public policy institutions, and of course, our private sector are developing appropriate capacities as well as investing in appropriate places in order to ensure that our contribution to the climate narrative, but also to the climate response, is based on solid African science and solid African expertise. I think equally important also is that we need to invest to ensure that this investment in the climate response is informed by all aspects of climate change. How do we understand, for instance, the Paris Agreement? How much knowledge do we impart to our students in universities, in high schools, and in other centers of learning about the Paris Agreement, which is the basis of the climate response? What do we know about loss and damage? What do we know about climate finance, adaptation, mitigation, carbon trading, carbon markets, and so on? And critically, climate justice runs through all of these aspects of the climate response. Now, firstly, let us acknowledge the role that PACJAI has played in ensuring that we contribute towards building capacities, particularly of African youth, in all of the aspects of the climate response. This summer school is indeed a massive contribution to responding to those questions that we have posed about how do we build capacities, which capacities, and how do we ensure that climate justice is encapsulated in the climate response at its multiple levels. Now, for the participants in this summer school, for all of you young people that are participating, the task that awaits you is indeed daunting. Africa is warming much faster than the rest of the world. The impacts of climate change are not evenly distributed across the globe, with Africa actually experiencing the biggest and most salient impacts of climate events. Africa is also the most vulnerable continent to those climate impacts. This vulnerability is informed by many aspects of the African economies, the African geographies, as well as the African histories, which need to be addressed as we address the climate challenge itself. Finance and other support to build low emissions climate resilient economies on the African continent has been woefully limited, as we all know. At the same time, losses and damages from climate impacts are increasing. And we know that in some instances, for instance, climate impacts are costing our economies up to 15% of GDP, projected to increase to 20 to 30% by 2050 if we do not begin to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Our economies are also struggling, in addition to climate change, under the yoke of very high indebtedness, with particularly high interest rates on the debt that Africa owes to the rest of the world. And in fact, we know that the Bridgetown initiative, as well as the Paris conference a couple of last week, have actually been trying to explore ways by which the world can also address this aspect of economic development in order to ensure that the continent economies can become more resilient, not only to climate change, but also develop capacities to meet our sustainable development goals. This is happening immediately after the impacts of the COVID pandemic on our economies, which has imposed additional developmental challenges. But in addition to the cost of COVID on our economies, it has also demonstrated the injustices of the global financial system, which again need to be addressed. So we know, for instance, that the provision of vaccines and other technical responses to the COVID response was grossly inequitable. But we also know that the provision of finance to enable economies to recover from the COVID pandemic has also been inequitable. So we have three systems of injustice. The climate impacts are based on unjust economic development. The economic system has placed financial injustices through the the high indebtedness of African economies. And the COVID pandemic has also imposed new forms of injustice, which all need to be addressed. So now, over the next 2 weeks, you will not only be discussing and unpacking these challenges that the continent faces, but you will also begin to formulate your own contributions to the solutions. And this is the most critical aspect of the summer school and of capacity building. How do we understand the challenge, but most importantly, how do we design responses and solutions that are durable and sustainable? So as we heard from the late Professor Wangari Maathai in that clip earlier in the introduction, no matter how small your contribution to the solution is, it is still very important. So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best and to express our expectation that this third iteration of the Summer School on Climate Justice is going to continue to build the African capacities, the capacities of African youths to play their small part in designing solutions to the climate challenge that is so urgent. I thank you.
Thank you, James. Let's all applaud James. And once again, thank you for reminding us the issues of capacities within the context of climate justice and climate change. I think I say this with a lot of humility. I know how passionate the issue is. To our speakers, let's try not to repeat what has been said, so that we support our chief guest to be able to attend other official engagement. So I now invite Dr. Alfonso Somalin. This is the Principal Regional Officer for the African Development Bank. Please, I'm not trying to cut you short, but let us to summarize. I know how passionate it is. Over to you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol in the interest of time. First, I'd like to especially thank the leadership of PACJA. And that is just for one reason. I had the chance as a young researcher in 2008 to attend the first COP. Then it was post-NAN, and it was COP14. And if there was anything that the conversation was about the African participants, it was the issue of lack of capacity. Now, 14 COPs later, we're still talking about lack of capacity. Whether it was real or it was used as an excuse, it's been a challenge facing our continent. And I think the truth about it is many of us, many of the partners working on these climate issues have done little to build a critical mass of leaders with the right capacity and capabilities to be able to take our continent forward. And I think it's important to really acknowledge the work that you're doing in PACJA and building that critical mass of young people who are climate champions, who are part of the solutions. And we at the African Development Bank very much salute you, and we salute that courage. The value of this is because we are getting to an era where we would not have the space to give excuses anymore. We wouldn't have the luxury to complain that we didn't have capacity. I think we are getting to a space or an era where the crisis we're facing today is having massive impact on our economic systems, on our livelihood systems, and even on our society systems. And I think it's important to embrace that. And at the African Development Bank, this work we call climate change or climate action has been the core of our development actions going forward. Our strategy is about mainstreaming climate change in all our policy engagement with countries. Our operations are very much about building climate-informed development work on the ground. And so climate change is not something that we're trying to address. Climate change has become something that we have embraced in our lifestyle, in our engagement, but also in the partnership that we're building. I'd like to emphasize something, and for some of you, you've heard again this thing about the sister assessment report of the IPCC. There is a part of that report that is very critical for us. We're in 2023. Think of a child that was born 3 years ago, in 2020. On an average, if the child manages to live for 80 years, that child will be in 2100, will be 80 years old. Now, over the course of that child grown into an adult, the exposure to all kinds of impact in the lifetime of that person is more than what the parents of that person face. It's much more than what the grandparents of that person face. And that speaks to the intergenerationality of climate change, because on the cause of it, the generation that caused the problem is not necessarily the generation that is bearing the brunt of the problem. And in the same vein, when it comes to the solution of it, the generations that have to do something right may not necessarily be the generation that will live to benefit the impact of that. And that is why speaking to the younger generation, it's very critical and it's very important. And I think for us at the bank, through the financial mechanisms that we've created, to the strategic partnerships that we've created, Ambassador Bowen mentioned the investment in the adaptation fund, and we've created a huge anchor of that to drive innovations on the ground. And lately, the leadership of the bank has decided that we need to create a new financial mechanisms for young entrepreneurship, and we are looking into young entrepreneurship banks across the continent. And many of the countries represented here are going to be the beneficiaries of that. Why is this conversation very important? I want to end with a story that I heard many years ago. So a young man left university, he studied law, and he was a brilliant young man, but then he decided he was not going to practice. He was going to practice, he was not going to work under anyone. He was just going to set up his own law firm, and he was going to just get into business. But something happened. He managed to get a space along the road with an older lawyer who was prominent and who had been in the law practice for years. But then this young man noticed that nobody came to his office nobody gave him an opportunity for weeks, for months. Then one day he decided to go to the older man down the street and to ask for advice. And the older man did something very powerful. He didn't talk to him at all. All he did was to put his hand around his shoulder and walk across the length to his office and left the young man. And a few weeks later, this young man started having people coming to him asking for his services. And he wondered, where were you guys all along? I've been here. But then somebody said, we saw the older man put his hand around you. And we thought if he did that, then you must be as good as he is. And you must be as knowledgeable as he is. There is a place where knowledge can get you to, but there's also a place that networks can get you. In fact, the limitation of knowledge is something networks is there for. And what this summer school will do, beyond the knowledge you're going to get, is to help you create a powerful network of people, and that over the journey of your life, you will depend on them, and some of them will open the doors for you. I want to especially congratulate you to making it, and I want you to take the very best of this, because you're the very best and the very future of our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, African Development Bank, for really bring out this conversation about the startups and the innovations. And I think this is really the way to go. I now invite my good friend, Nicholas Soikan, that is from World Bank.
Good morning, hamjambo, obrigado, como estás? I can continue, but in the interest of time, Buenos Dias, Your Excellency, Ezekiel, Minister for Cabinet Secretary for Education here in Kenya, Bwana Midika Mwenda, Your Excellency Ambassador, and all protocol observed. In Swahili, they said, itikadi zote zimezingatiwa. Do we have people from Tanzania here? Okay, so moderator will not be the person to take much longer time. The issues of climate change, impacts of climate change have all been discussed. And since we are speaking here to the young people today, I'm really privileged to be here. I also took my time off my leave. I was grazing my cattle, but then I decided that this is very important because climate change does not wait and we need to act now. It's climate justice. Climate justice? What were you saying? Bwana Midika, what was the song? Climate justice? Climate justice? Umelala, are you guys awake? Are you awake? Are you awake? Okay, very good. We need the energy from the young people. And they used to say, young people are the leaders of tomorrow. I'm so glad that statement died and was buried because it was actually a statement that used to tell us, just hold on, just wait, don't act, don't do anything. So I'm so glad the statement that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow is dead and has been buried and we should never use it again. We should bury it forever. Ausio, what do you guys young people say? You're the leaders of today, you have the solutions and good solutions for us. So I'll just speak very briefly about the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, which is a 300 million program here in Kenya, hosted by the National Treasury, and the implementing partners are the counties. So the counties are doing so. Why do we have that program? We have that program because research has shown us that only 10% of climate finance was going to the local level, only 10%. After all the COPs that we've had, after all the theories that we've been speaking in the COPs, very little financing have truly gone to the local level. So the solution to that in our discussions with our partners was to design a program that devolves climate finance to the local level. So we've started with that program, which is being informed by a participatory climate risk assessment that is conducted at at the ward level to bring resources down to the local level. So we really hope that Kenya will be a pioneer in this particular program, thanks to the Embassy of the Netherlands, thanks to Danida, Sweden, KfW, and the government of Kenya for contributing to this particular program. So in the interest of time, and since I'm the last speaker before we hand over to the chief guest, we've agreed as the bank that we will support the next cohort of the summer school. Are you happy about that? So the bank will contribute to the next cohort together with the National Treasury, and Bwana CS, again, I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss how the Ministry of Education can also play a critical role in this. So as I promised, I will not go into many things. I had a long presentation, but I'll just wish you all the best in this particular program and hope to see you at the closing session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for those enlightening words, and then also for creating hope to the young people. At this time, we have a very short presentation that is online. So I'm inviting Professor Seth Osafo, and please, once again, try as much as possible to highlight what has not been highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me congratulate the leadership of PAJA for this initiative for the summer school with a view to bring climate change narrative to a wider audience and also to the young generation. Normally, the negotiators are government officials and state officials, and they are the ones who negotiate on behalf of their governments. The negotiations are limited to government officials, political masters, and sometimes to the local media. But let me say that ultimately, it is civil society who carry the message to the grassroots and our local communities and fight for climate justice on their behalf. That is why what happens at the summer school expands climate change issues and knowledge to a wider audience, and in particular, to those who can communicate it effectively, to those who bear the brunt of climate change impacts in our local societies. A lot has been said about the IPCC's sixth assessment report, which was issued in March this year. And the report, among other key messages, states that greenhouse gas emissions caused by human activities have unequivocally caused global warming and affecting every region across the globe, disproportionately affecting vulnerable communities. Chapter 9 of the report highlights significant impacts on Africa, including food production, economic growth, and biodiversity, and increased vulnerability to climate hazards, particularly for women, children, and the elderly. The report states that Africa has no other option than to adapt to climate change. And the report projects the following impacts for Africa: hotter days, hotter nights, and heat waves, drying in West and Southern Africa, land degradation, biodiversity loss, bush encroachment and pests, reduced food security, crop yields, livestock, and fisheries, increased death from undernutrition, malaria, diarrhea, heat stress, and air pollution, economic growth reductions, especially for low and middle income countries. Africa bears an increasing proportion of global exposure and vulnerable population. Poverty and limited financing undermine the adaptive capacity of Africa. But the report is not all doom and gloom for Africa and provides solutions and what Africa can do. It says that large-scale afforestation and bioenergy can reduce food availability. Transition to renewable energy to reduce reliance on wood fuel and charcoal. Sustainable use of biodiversity and conservation agriculture for adaptation and mitigation. Enhancing climate resilience through early warning systems, insurance, safety nets, governance, and investments. Underuse scenarios of socio-environmental change in decision-making. Africa's biodiversity and indigenous and local knowledge are strategic assets for sustainable development. Let me say that after this symposium and the summer school, we have a duty to carry this message to our governments and local communities. At the just ended 58th session of the United Nations Framework Convention subsidiary session in Bonn, we spent a considerable amount of time fighting over the agenda and how the developed countries should provide funding to developing countries. After the excitement over the establishment of a lost and damaged fund at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, which we all labeled the African COP, we also spent time on the loss and damage fund, which had been agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh. After the excitement over the establishment of the fund, we were unable to reach agreement on the institutional location of the fund. The fight will continue at the international level at COP28 in Dubai in December. Meanwhile, PACJA and other civil society organizations in Africa have the duty to be the torchbearers and carry the message to our governments and local communities for the need for urgent action to combat the adverse impacts of climate change at the national level. On behalf of the chair of the African Group of Negotiators, Mr. Shitima from Zambia, I extend to you and PACJA warmest congratulations for organizing this summer school. He was bereaved, and that is why he could not be with you. And on his behalf, I wish to thank PACJA for organizing this summer school. For myself, I say that I look forward to being at the school on Wednesday to make the presentations that have been assigned to me. Once say thank you, and I wish you all the best for the summer school. Thank you.
So once again, thank you very much to all the contributors of this session, which basically focused on the remarks from the key partners. And I think from the narrative, they are really real key partners. At this time, it's my privilege and honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Paul Wainaina, who will then invite our chief guest to give us the keynote. Thank you very much for the support during this session. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Bwana Gichini. Our partners, including Mithika Mwenda, and the young people who are waiting. I want to say that Honorable Machogu is a stickler on time. So I don't want to say much because Honorable Machogu is the Minister for Education. And actually, he takes care of from kindergarten to university education. And that is very, very huge. He is extremely busy. And we don't want actually to take any more of his time. And therefore, we know that for him to have this time here is a real sacrifice. And I think it is very, very important for us to understand he is here representing the Kenya government position. We know very well that our president is very, very strong. He has been talking about climate change, the negative aspect of climate change. He has challenged the developing world in terms of their contribution to the negative impact of climate change. And therefore, our minister here is actually standing in because he is going to say something elaborating on what is the position of the Kenya government. We have already been told that most of the resources that have been going to the issue of dealing with the climate change implications have not been going to the grassroots. But we know our president is very passionate about the contribution of the young people. And therefore, when he talks about the hustler nation, he's talking about the young people. And therefore, he knows the potential. And I think when our minister stands here, actually he's here to articulate some of the things, some of the policies that our president stands for. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I would like to ask you to be upstanding so that we can welcome our honorable minister to address us. Karibu sana, Minister. Karibu.
Yeah, please be seated. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Wainaina. As I was listening to the various speeches here, one thing came out very clear in my mind. It's like we slept in the same place, we are thinking the same, and we ate the same food, because the kind of speeches that I made and the speeches which have been made before, they are so similar that one will wonder, how is it that almost 10 people can think alike, can be able to give the same kind of answers? Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Your Excellency, the Program Manager, Swedish International Development Corporation, our Executive Director on African Climate Change Alliance, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, the Vice Chancellor, the Member of Parliament here, Charity Chepkwon, who also belongs to the Environment Committee in the Parliament, our many partners represented here this morning. Let me begin by applauding Kenyatta University and the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance together with other partners, for teaming together to establish and nurture this timely initiative, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice Initiative. As the parent ministry, we are glad our institutions of higher learning are icebreakers in the depth of uncharted waters. And it is the reason we support them in spotting opportunities, especially groundbreaking innovations and fresh ideas that have transformed and reshaped the world. Tackling climate change requires our immediate multi-sectoral attention and concerted efforts to address its far-reaching consequences. We need to pay attention to the activities that cause it, enhance our resilience to its effects, and talk about it more. And that is the great importance of the third cohort of Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice that takes place in the next 2 weeks as His Excellency President Dr. William Ruto prepares to host the first African Climate Action Summit from 4th to 6th September this year. We are all aware and indeed feeling the devastating effects of climate change from our schools, homes, counties, nationally and across the world. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, deforestation, and the loss of biodiversity threaten the very fabric of this life as we know it. But amidst the stark realities, there is a deeper issue that needs our attention and urgent action, and that is climate justice. We in the education sector have not also been spared by the vagaries of climate change. Climate change directly destroys schools and learning materials. Using schools as emergency shelters prevents the continuation of education. As climate change destroys livelihoods, much of economic migration is climate-driven displacement. Climate-driven livelihood losses and subsequent poverty prevents enrollment in early childhood development, basic education, technical and vocational education, and training and higher education. As climate disasters lead to more poverty, this leads to even more barriers to education. We have had learners who cannot run, show up to school, or have dropped out of school altogether because a bridge they had to cross had been washed away by an excessive flooding event. Because of drought, others have been forced to move far away from their homes and schools in search for food and pasture for their animals. As the effects of climate change intensify, climate change education across all levels of education becomes increasingly important for us as a people severely impacted by the challenge. The complexity of the crisis demands that climate education cannot be limited to traditional practitioners of disciplines. It calls for multi-sectoral cooperation in order to sustainably address these issues across the curriculum at all the levels. On a positive note, I wish to affirm that various education assets, human capital, infrastructure systems, and communities distributed in all the 47 counties have a great potential of facilitating local-led adaptation and innovations that can be more effective than top-down interventions. Rural communities are more aware of the context and what is needed to address climate change. The involvement of the education actors will positively catalyze the principles of meaningful citizen engagement in climate decision-making through building on the foundations and the structures that exist. This will ensure that support for climate resilience reaches those most at risk, including women, youth, persons with disabilities, elders, and other traditionally marginalized groups. This will lead to solution-based partnerships between national and county governments, citizens, and civil societies to assess risks and identify socially inclusive solutions tailored to local needs. The competence-based curriculum being implemented has a great potential of contributing towards various interventions such as conservation and efficient use of water, natural resource management, rehabilitation of degraded lands, water harvesting, storage, and distribution systems, promoting early warning systems, amongst others. The Kenyan government has over time emphasized the principles of equity and the common but differentiated responsibilities in addressing climate change. These principles recognize that the developed countries who have historically contributed more to global greenhouse gas emissions should take the lead in mitigating climate change and supporting developing countries in adapting to its impacts. Kenya has advocated for climate justice, urging developed countries to provide financial resources, technology transfers, and capacity building support to developing nations. We have also called for enhanced international cooperation to address the challenges of climate change, including the need of sustainable development, poverty eradication, and resilience building. The Kenyan government acknowledges the urgent need to address climate change and has made commendable efforts to integrate climate policy into its education system. The ministry has continued its commitment to promoting education and sustainable development as a key element of enabling sustainable development and delivery of quality education. The Ministry of Education has continued to recognize education as a powerful tool to cultivate a generation of informed, environmentally conscious citizens who can actively contribute to mitigating and adapting to climate change challenges. Kenya has taken steps in line with the 2021 Paris Declaration on Education for Sustainable Development, which requires that environmental education should be a core curriculum component by 2025. We are also implementing the recommendations of Kenya National Climate Change Adaptation Plan 2018-2022 on the need to integrate climate change into the education system of Kenya. Indeed, in 2020, jointly with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Ministry of Education drafted a set of policy guidelines for mainstreaming climate change in education at all levels of education and training. These guidelines are being implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, this mainstreaming process has ensured that the students are exposed to the core concepts of climate change, its causes, impacts, and potential solutions. By fostering a comprehensive understanding of climate change, the ministry aims to inspire students to take informed action and be advocates for climate justice. To support climate education in training, the Ministry of Education has focused on several key initiatives. Firstly, the ministry has worked to develop and update educational materials, textbooks, and teaching resources that integrate climate change topics across various subjects. By infusing climate education into various learning areas, students are exposed to climate-related issues from different perspectives. Additionally, the ministry has organized workshops, seminars, and training sessions for teachers to enhance their capacity in teaching climate change effectively. Moreover, with the acknowledgement that education training, public awareness, and capacity development are critical enablers in climate change response actions and the realization of our low carbon emission resilient development pathway for Kenya, the ministry has fostered partnerships with local and international organizations, research institutions, and NGOs to leverage their expertise and resources. The ministry recognizes that education extends beyond the classroom, and it actively encourages participation in extracurricular activities related to climate change. This includes environmental clubs and the institutionalization of tree planting initiatives and sustainability projects, which provide students with practical experiences and opportunities to implement climate-friendly actions within their communities. The tree planting in schools will accelerate efforts towards achieving the government's target of 15 billion trees by 2032. We will also inculcate the culture of environmental consciousness in our children from an early age. It is against this background that we at the ministry applaud the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance for taking up this commendable duty to humanity at large that will foster leaders who can engage in policy analysis and civic action related to the issue of climate change. In conclusion, therefore, the Ministry of Education in Kenya is committed to supporting the implementation of the nationally determined contribution of the Paris Agreement, as well as the objectives of the UNFCCC by integrating climate education in the national curriculum and fostering a generation of environmentally conscious citizens. As we move forward, let us recognize the vital role that education plays in empowering our youth to become active actors in climate action. It is our responsibility to educate, train, and encourage the present and future generations about how they can innovatively and sustainably change the world. Thank you very much. And with those many remarks, I thank the young people and the organizers and all the partners. Please welcome to Kenya. This happens to be one such important forum for each and every one of us to engage in this very topic that is a challenge to not only Kenya, not only the continent of Africa, but the world at large. I'm sure that the issues isolated here, the issues we have discussed, will not only be here, but regionally and also globally, internationally, because the developing countries, we are in a serious problem which we find ourselves in, not because we are the people who have created it. And that's why we talk of climate justice, where the developed world, which rightly has contributed the kind of problem that we find ourselves in, should also be able to come not only with compensating, but assisting the developing countries as we mitigate on this great challenge of climate change. The young people, you have a responsibility in this. Indeed, as one said, the fight, the struggle for constitutionalism, the struggle for independence, political independence, we are now on another struggle where we should be able to pull together all our resources in order to make sure that we are able to mitigate on the very adverse and devastating effects of climate change. And the best people to do it is the young people. In the schools, we have said we are going to create a culture of our young people being sensitized on this, our young people being made aware, such that each and every one of them can be able to take an initiative, and in particular, planting a tree, not only in school, but also in their respective homes, so that at their own level, they can be able to do something, because we believe each and every one of us has a part to play in fighting this great enemy of man at this particular stage of our life. So we thank you, and we hope that when we conclude this workshop, we will be able to come up with the recommendations which we will not only use in our respective countries, but which will also be taken up by the international community and everyone else in order to sort out the problem that we find ourselves in. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bwana CS. There's going to be a very slight change in the program to respect the CS's time. We're going to move to the photo session, and I'd like to invite all of our speakers to join the PACJET team outside for photo session through this door here. I'd like to invite all of our speakers today to just join us out here for a brief photo session. And in the meantime, I'd also like to call David Jesse up here to entertain the audience as the dignitaries take photos.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. You know, right now in Kenya, this is our winter. So I know it's a bit cold, but let us have a fun time and let's sing together, okay? So this song is called Hope You Can See. It's a song that's calling for action, for people to see. Let us open our eyes and see what's happening around us and take action and be of impact. I am indeed a proud alumni of the summer school, and this is where I started using music as a tool of advocacy. So it means a lot to be here.
As you've been entertained, please also, the song is for you to usher you out. We're going for the photo session. So please, let's go there.
We are taking a group photo session with the CS because it's leaving. I would encourage everyone to hurry up so that we get it. Thank you.
I see the horizon bloody, the sun is frowning, the moon is dim at night. I see the wind is hungry, it is from the ocean, mountains are shaking in pain. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. River running dry, no rains in the sky. My people always cry, you can't farm in the dry land. Cause there is food insecurity, battle with anxiety. What's the remedy? Gender inequality, wars of the century. What's the remedy? Say energy crisis, poverty in our street. What's the remedy? I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing.
Voir le changement climatique, voir le changement climatique, voir en tant que jeune, qu'est-ce que tu feras pour faire avancer les choses, faire bouger les choses, en faveur de l'environnement, en faveur de ton climat, pour demain. Feu de t'appartient, demain t'appartient. Yeah. We should do something together. Actually.
My name is Purity Mudoka, an alumni of Nairobi Summer School 2022, and I'm a community developer. Basically, my work is to empower youths out there in our societies and also to reach the marginalized communities to better their livelihoods. Currently, I'm running two initiatives, the She Royal and the Heavenly Cares Initiative. The She Royal is an initiative whereby we normally donate sanitary towels to the girls who are unable to buy themselves sanitary towels. So the last 1 month, we did a sanitary pad drive where we were able to donate 400 sanitary towels to 400 girls who are there outside, who are there in the slums and don't have these sanitary towels. The Heavenly Cares is an initiative where we get to donate food to the street families and the street children out there. And also, not only do we donate food to them, we also give them entrepreneurial skills. So I have this friend in school who posted a link in her status, and I asked her about the link, and she directed me to the website for Nairobi Summer School, where I went and researched on it. One thing that captured my eyes was the knowledge that the previous summer school students had gained and their testimonials about how they got empowered and motivated to bring the best out of them. So when I saw it, and also I was so much interested in doing something for the community, I went to the link, clicked it and registered, and that's how I got to enter the summer school. Okay, there's one word that I've never forgotten. There's one panelist that said that to change the world, to change African continent, it all starts with you as an individual, where you are with what you have. And when you destroy nature, you also destroy us as a person. And when you save the nature, it also saves you as a person. So I really learned that for the change that we need as a continent, as a community, as a society, it all belongs with me. So that is one thing that I took from the summer school. Because you're there and you're capable, you have all that it takes to change what is not right. Because you're there, you don't need anything else. In one word, how I can describe Nairobi Summer School, I can describe it as impactful, hopeful, and a voice to the youth.
My name is Nsscj-Iii. I'm an energy technology finalist from Kenyatta University. I'm also an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, the second cohort. And I'm a climate activist and I use music as a tool of advocacy. Last year at Kenyatta University, there was a launch of the Green Education Hub that happened in May. And being there, I was new into the field of climate change, and having interacted with students of environment side, and we learned a couple of things about the climate change and the climate area. And I got interest to know more. I was curious about climate change and about the solutions that we can offer as young people. So one of my friends actually shared a link on his status, and this is where now the role of media is very important. So I got to click to it and applied, and forgot about it for like a month. And one of the Sundays, I got the information that I've been selected to be part of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. So the summer school was more of a masterclass. There was a lot that we learned at the summer school. young people, we need capacity building to be able to fit and to be able to offer solutions, because most young people, they have the potential inside. But for me, what the summer school did was now to make sure that I know my potential and I use my skill and gift to be of impact. I happen to have written a song called Hope You Can See at the summer school, and performing it at the summer school, gotten amazing views and reviews from the song. And now the organization, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, allowed me to continue with the message of the song, the Climate Justice Torch, that was launched in Libreville, Gabon, where I got to share the song there. And also the song was taken to be part of the anthem to COP27, where I got to share the song and also happened to perform on different platforms. And it was an amazing experience to be of impact through music. Now, some of the initiatives that I have been doing from the summer school is engaging young people to understand that as much as the climate space look and seems to be more academic driven, but we can use whatever skills we have. There are people who are gifted in acting, in photography, in film. Can you use that gift now to tell a story? Can you use it to power change? Can you use it to bring impact to the world that is positive? And I believe that's purpose right there. So at Kenyatta University, I'm one of the green ambassadors of the Green Education Hub. And every last Friday of the month, we normally have the Green Education Day, where we talk to young people, we mentor them, we have different topics. And the topic for last month was actually media and advocacy, and letting young people to know that they have a role in it. And also looking at our constitution as a Kenyan, the Climate Change Act of 2016, some article 21 to 23, it talks about public participation and advocacy. So it means that as an advocate, as an activist, we are protected by the government, by our constitution, to continue with the advocacy. And I believe that's very important. So being an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice, it really empowered me to be of impact even at the institution level, Kenyatta University. And being an ambassador of the Green Education Hub, I've been able to interact with students who are coming to learn, coming to express themselves, to understand what are the opportunities for them, not only opportunities, but what role of impact can they have in the organization through what they do. And we have seen that also we have artists, we have people who are good in painting, they can tell the stories, and they've been telling the stories through their gift. And that is very important, because you've seen young people, they now connect with the climate space with their gift. It's not
environmental conservation champion, climate activist, and an alumni of Nairobi Summer School. That was in Cohort 2. I currently lead a movement of young environmentalists who are passionate about making a difference in the environment. And basically the chairperson of the Green Rotaract concept, which is a movement that brings together Rotaractors from Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, South Sudan, and we are purely focusing on initiatives Nairobi Summer School. First of all, was to for me to learn more, get to meet like-minded people who are also passionate about making a difference, and also be able to share ideas on the initiative projects that are geared towards ensuring that we have a very more sustainable future. We fight for climate justice, and we are able to move together. Got to know several other things about climate action, how we can champion for it, getting the different perspectives on how we can approach climate justice from
the global South perspective, the global North perspective, getting to know how the international agreements like Conference of Parties really work, the key role that for us young people we are able to play, how we can step forward and also be seen within that space and also be able to inspire action. I was also able to get the opportunity to meet very like-minded people across Africa who are already doing things on the ground, and their stories were very, very quite inspiring, as well as meet the experts within the environmental conservation space, within the climate action and climate change. And another key lesson that I learned through the the second Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice was on conducting, or rather coming up with an effective campaign that can be online and also on the ground. So having these different campaigns and having a good way, or rather good strategy to approach these campaigns so that we're able to influence policy, be it if we need to maybe consider, or rather look into the government, there's something that we see that is not right. How do we as young people, or how do we as myself, Lamek, which role can I play so that you ensure that I influence this action? And also just be able to share this information out there and also carry on with the project that we continue doing. So for the Nairobi Summer School Cohort 2, been doing lots of projects and lots of initiatives. For instance, right now I run a campaign with primary school kids, whereby we are doing a project on eco schools with my group that I'm leading. We are just trying to build into to invest in the next generation of young environmental champions from an early age, getting that information there with them, doing hands-on projects, tree planting, tree growing, setting agriculture, so that we're able to build on them as they start from primary school, secondary, and all that. So we've also been able to form several environmental conservation club within this school, and also running the online campaigns. I'm very good at that. I've been running lots of social media advocacy work, posting a lot of content, sharing projects together, and also the aspect of bringing a consortium, or rather bringing several NGOs, several young people within the conservation space together, so that we can do projects together. We can have more impact on that. That's also another skill that I really got from the Nairobi Summer School, in that I'm not able to do it alone, but through tapping into different people who might have interest, or rather like-minded in doing whatever I'm doing, it really starts with me taking that responsibility and trying to do something. It's an inspiration that I got for myself, and also was able to influence other people to do the same. So climate change, or rather climate crisis, is a defining crisis of our time, and I think the time to take action is really now. We've had several impacts, and they are being seen. They're not just things that we are hearing from scientists, but they are evident. We need to really ask ourselves as Africans, what are we doing in our own spaces? And myself, as an individual, what am I doing to contribute to positive change, and also try to combat the impacts of climate change?
Hiring people for right salaries, senior job posts and apply. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. That's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Breaking images from NASA. So just how dry the rainy seasons were this year in the whole of
Every day we continue to witness the alarming consequence of our actions. The very fate of our planet hangs in the balance as we confront an unparalleled threat. Climate change is an urgent global crisis that requires urgent global action. But despite the fact that developed countries are the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, they have failed to provide adequate financial and technical support to developing countries to mitigate the impacts of climate change.
The harsh realities is that the world's most impoverished and vulnerable nations are being disproportionately ravaged by the merciless effects of climate change. Africa contributes to only 3.8% of global carbon emissions, yet it suffers most from climate change. In 2022, 36.1 million people were affected by severe drought in the Horn of Africa alone.
We stand at a critical juncture in our planet's history, where the impact of climate change affects our very own existence. But amidst all this chaos and despair, there is a glimmer of hope. Me and you, each and every one of us has a power to make a difference, to fight for climate justice and help build a sustainable future for all.
You may have already taken small steps to combat climate change, but what if you could do more? What if you have the knowledge and skills to amplify your efforts to make a real impact? That's where the Nairobi Summer School comes in. An immersive and transformative experience that equips you with the skills and insights to take your fight for the planet to the next level.
Join us on this journey towards a better future, and let us unleash the full force of our collective power to tackle the greatest challenge of our time, climate change.
So my name is Ian Ngudi-Washira. I am from Mount Kenya Network region. I was a summer school alumni cohort 2 that was in 2022 held at Kenya University. I had a friend who was present at summer school, the first cohort, and he enlightened me on when the applications were going on for the second cohort, and then I applied via a Google form and submitted my application. After the summer school training, I have been part of various initiatives that are geared towards building resilience towards communities. I've been part of the Raja Academy, which is a girls-only secondary school that is based in Laikipia County. So we went and had a community sensitization activity. We had the chance to educate them on climate change matters. So we are targeting ladies and women in particular and girls because they are more affected and more vulnerable to changes in climate change. So my experience from Nairobi Summer School has been one that I will not forget because of the unifying factor. Summer School brought in so many talents on board, from my fellow climate activists to the academia and professionals in the climate space. I was able to learn about the nationally determined contributions and how we can play a part to ensure that Kenya and Africa is geared toward reaching its targets and in the long run enhancing net zero in the near future and sustainability living.
Well, my name is Faithfulness Joshua.
Sally Casses.
Okay, so my name is Lame Kopio.
My name is Nsscj-Iii.
I am Salem Aino from Benin Republic.
My name is Purity Mudoka.
Je m'appelle Idriss Adomitris. Je suis du Tchad.
To what's happening right now in the world, and mainly in the global south countries, we have seen that there is a lot of flooding.
Drought, floods, and maybe wildfires.
I find that there are several cases of displacement of people. We are calling them climate refugees.
There's been human-wildlife conflict because the resources are scarce.
So how are we going to, of course, talk about climate when the youth are not involved?
When there is drought, it means there is no rainfall. And most of these countries, we are depending on hydroelectric power.
So we really need also to consider some of our nature-based solution and the nationally determined contributions towards climate change that we can be able to implement in our different countries.
It brings hope that we can really do it.
The one word will be impact. the summer school is all about impact.
That's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Images from NASA show just how dry the rainy seasons were this year in the whole of Africa. People's lives are telling us what daily rainfall is.
Every day we continue to witness the alarming consequence of our actions. The very fate of our planet hangs in the balance as we confront an unparalleled threat. Climate change is an urgent global crisis that requires urgent global action. But despite the fact that developed countries are the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, they have failed to provide adequate financial and technical support to developing countries to mitigate the impacts of climate change.
The harsh realities is that the world's most impoverished and vulnerable nations are being disproportionately ravaged by the merciless effects of climate change. Africa contributes to only 3.8% of global carbon emissions, yet it suffers most from climate change. In 2022, 36.1 million people were affected by severe drought in the Horn of Africa alone.
We stand at a critical juncture in our planet's history, where the impact of climate change affects our very own existence. But amidst all this chaos and despair, there is a glimmer of hope. Me and you, each and every one of us has a power to make a difference, to fight for climate justice and help build a sustainable future for all.
You may have already taken small steps to combat climate change, but what if you could do more? What if you had the knowledge and skills to amplify your efforts to make a real impact? That's where the Nairobi Summer School comes in. An immersive and transformative experience that equips you with the skills and insights to take your fight for the planet to the next level.
Join us on this journey towards a better future, and let us unleash the full force of our collective power to tackle the greatest challenge of our time, climate change.
My name is Purity Mudhoka, an alumni of Nairobi Summer School 2022, and I'm a community developer. Basically, my work is to empower youths out there in our societies and also to reach the marginalized communities to better their livelihoods. Currently, I'm running two initiatives, the Nsscj-Iii and the Heavenly Cares initiative. The Nsscj-Iii is an initiative whereby we normally donate sanitary towels to the girls who are unable to buy themselves sanitary towels. So the last 1 month, we did a sanitary pad drive where we were able to donate 400 sanitary towels to 400 girls who are there outside, who are there in the slums and don't have these sanitary towels. The Heavenly Cares is an initiative where we get to donate food to the street families and the street children out there. And also, not only do we donate food to them, we also give them entrepreneurial skills. So I have this friend in school who posted a link in her status, and I asked her about the link, and she directed me to the website for Nairobi Summer School, where I went and researched on it. One thing that captured my eyes was the knowledge that the previous summer school students had gained and their testimonials about how they got empowered and motivated to to bring the best out of them. So when I saw it, and also I was so much interested in doing something for the community, I went to the link, clicked it and registered, and that's how I got to enter the summer school. Okay, there's one word that I've never forgotten. There's one panelist that said that to change the world, to change African continent, it all starts with you as an individual, where you are with what you have. And when you destroy nature, you also destroy us as a person. And when you save the nature, it also saves you as a person. So I really learned that for the change that we need as a continent, as a community, as a society, it all belongs with me. So that is one thing that I took from the summer school. Because you're there and you're capable, you have all that it takes to change what is not right. Because you're there, you don't need anything else. In one word, how I can describe Nairobi Summer School, I can describe it as impactful, hopeful, and a voice to the youth.
My name is Nsscj-Iii. I'm an energy technology finalist from Kenyatta University. I'm also an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, the second cohort. And I'm a climate activist and activist, and I use music as a tool of advocacy. Last year at Kenyatta University, there was a launch of the Green Education Hub that happened in May. And being there, I was new into the field of climate change, and having interacted with the students of environment side, and we learned a couple of things about the climate change and the climate area. And I got interest to know more. I was curious about climate change and about the solutions that we can offer as young people. So one of my friends actually shared a link on his status, and this is where now the role of media is very important. So I got to click to it and applied, and forgot about it for like a month. And one of the Sundays, I got the information that I've been selected to be part of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. So the summer school was more of a masterclass. There was a lot that we learned at the summer school. Young people, we need capacity building to be able to fit and to be able to offer solutions, because most young people, they have the potential inside. But for me, what the summer school did was now to make sure that I know my potential and I use my skill and gift to be of impact. I happen to have written a song called Hope You Can See at the summer school, and performing it at the summer school gotten amazing views and reviews from the song. And now the organization, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, allowed me to continue with the message of the song to the Climate Justice Torch that was launched in Libreville, Gabon, where I got to share the song there. And also the song was taken to be part of the anthem to COP27, where I got to share the song and also happened to perform in different platforms. And it was an amazing experience to be of impact through music. Now, some of the initiatives that I have been doing from the summer school is engaging young people to understand that as much as the climate space look and seems to be more academic driven, but we can use whatever skills we have. There are people who are gifted in acting, in photography, in film. Can you use that gift now to tell a story? Can you use it to power change? Can you use it to bring impact to the world that is positive? And I believe that's purpose right there. So at Kenyatta University, I'm one of the green ambassadors of the Green Education Hub. And every last Friday of the month, we normally have the Green Education Day, where we talk to young people, we mentor them, we have different topics. And the topic for last month was actually media and advocacy, and letting young people to know that they have a role in it. And also looking at our constitution as a Kenyan, the Climate Change Act of 2016, sub-article 21 to 23, it talks about public participation and advocacy. So it means that as an advocate, as an activist, we are protected by the government, by our constitution, to continue with the advocacy. And I believe that's very important. So being an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice, it really empowered me to be of impact even at the institution level, Kenyatta University, and being an ambassador of the Green Education Hub, I've been able to interact with students who are coming to learn, coming to express themselves, to understand what are the opportunities for them, not only opportunities, but what role of impact can they have in the organization through what they do. And we have seen that also we have artists, we have people who are good in painting, you know, they can tell the stories, and they've been telling the stories through their gift. And that is very important, because you've seen young people, they now connect with the climate space with their gift. You know, it's not something that's new to them. You know, it's just like me, I was doing music before I came to the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice, but the summer school now redirected me, or rather gave me the purpose to use music for greater good.
Okay, so my name is Lame Kopio. I'm an environmental conservation champion, climate activist, and an alumni of Nairobi Summer School. That was in Cohort 2. I currently lead a movement of young environmentalists who are passionate about making a difference in their environment. And basically the chairperson of the Green Rotaract concept, which is a movement that brings together Rotaractors from Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and South Sudan. And we are purely focusing on initiatives and projects that are based towards ensuring that we conserve our environment. We champion for climate action and climate justice in the different spheres and in the different ways we're able to do it. So I came to know about summer school through social media posts. And for me, because I'm more into the conservation space and I'm very passionate about climate action, I was motivated to join Nairobi Summer School. First of all, was for me to learn more, get to meet like-minded people who are also passionate about.
I'm trying to check
and also be able to share ideas
whether
on the
Jesse is in the room.
Projects that are geared towards.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to welcome you to the second session of the Nairobi Summer School High Symposium. Kindly, if you are in this podium, you are requested that it is not time for photo session. You can do it after. You can do it after, please. You have all another 13 days to be here to do photos. Kindly allow us start the second session of the Nairobi Summer School High Symposium that is going to be led by one of our senior former governors coming in to stand for a very interesting session. Kindly, those coming from out, for those coming from out, it is time that we need to settle for the second session of the Nairobi Summer School High Symposium. Tell a friend that it is time to settle for the second session. As we quickly want to settle for the second session of the Nairobi Summer School High Symposium, allow me invite our own second cohort alumni, David Jesse, for a climate music. David Jesse, this is your time, please. As David Jesse starts his song, please, we are requested that any team behind all these roller banners, you are requested to join this other team. Kindly, if you seated behind these banners or these roll-up banners, you are requested to take your positions on the other side.
Excuse on the sound, please. So once again, as we settle, when I was presenting the song, we were moving out. So at least right now you're settling. So I can get to share the song with everyone and we get to sing together. It's a simple song. It's called Hope You Can See. And I believe right now we are familiar with the lyrics of the song, right? Are we familiar with the lyrics? So I teach you guys. You're ready? The chorus is, I see, hope you can see, just like that. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? You've gotten it. We try once more, a cappella, right? We try. Okay. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? We are ready now. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready? Right now you've taken breakfast, so I believe we have the energy. Are we ready? At the back, are we ready? This side, are we ready? This side, are we ready? Okay, so here is the song. It's called Hope You Can See. I see the horizon bloody, the sun is frowning, the moon is dim at night. I see the wind is angry, tears from the ocean, and mountains are shaking in pain. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. Sing along now. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. River running dry, no rains in the sky. My people always cry, I can't farm in the dry land. Cause there is food insecurity, battle with anxiety. What's the remedy? Gender inequality, wars of the century. What's the remedy? I say energy crisis, poverty in our streets. What's the remedy? I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. Sing along now, it's simple. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. What's happening? The climate's changing. Once more, okay? Let's go. I see, hope you can see. You can clap along. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. So what do we want to say? Climate justice, and when do we want it? What do we want? Climate justice, and when do we want it? Tell your neighbor, what do we want? Climate justice, and when do we want it? Again, what do we want? climate justice, and when do we want it? I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing. Tell your neighbor, whisper. I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing.
Climate's changing.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesse, for that quite an inspirational song. At least those who have no eyes, we are using some aids to be able to see that climate is changing. But because we are with young generation, we do believe that their eyes are functioning optimally. I'm a man of few words because I'm living on borrowed time. And that borrowed time is out of the time that one of our distinguished panelists, or one of our distinguished speakers should be actually addressing us. I want to quickly introduce a topic and then also introduce the speaker and invite the speaker to do justice. I want to take a maximum of 2 minutes, max. Whereas all action, whereas people speak about major things, all action is local. Whether you want to speak globally, we must see local action. And that local action means a lot in terms of transforming lives of people who are the front line of climate crisis to be able to change their lives. Their lived experiences indeed should be at the center of policy priorities, institutional arrangement for implementing transformative programs. And if governments are not doing that in Africa, then we are missing the point. Probably we are chasing a wild goose. It's time to see how best can we ensure that we ground our action. The students who are invited for this particular process were invited with one explicit expectation, that they will be able to ground transformative actions in their respective localities and in the regions that they come from. It is within the same that we felt it is highly important to have a session, a perspective session that grounds locally led actions within the discourse of evolving climate issues, so that again, you are well grounded right from the onset and as you go to the substantive session. To do that, we searched around as Pacha fraternity to see who is best placed to undertake that task. The task fell on one who is quite a human rights crusader, an activist, an academician, a constitutional lawyer, but also equally somebody who has served in the mighty places in governments, but also has served with local communities, grounding the scholarly thinking that has been going on in the process and in his experience of working in government at all levels. Professor Kivuta Kibwana, who will be leading this particular session, comes from a strong human rights background. He is renowned for his efforts, stewardship of the civil society in its broad sense, in driving the broad reforms that have actually expanded the horizons of civic rights and enjoyment of rights within this country. Indeed, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which is largely spoken to as a progressive one, as its landmark, I act in it, and therefore is not speaking rightly from just serving within the government, but also having been part of the broad reforms that have actually strengthened our constitutional outlook within Kenya and within Africa, because it is also widely referenced. Professor Kibwana has served as an assistant minister within the office of the president. He has served as an advisor to the president. He has served as a minister for environment. He has served equally as minister for land. And more importantly, he was the COP12 president when COP was happening in Nairobi. So he has a bit of experience in tightening this. But with all this wealth of experience, he's been able to lead transformative work in one of the 47 counties of this republic, grounding the application of those approaches. When I checked his manifesto, air and environment as a critical pillar of driving people-centered development in that area. The frameworks that he has established in terms of entrenching grounded, people-centered participation processes will leave a legacy, even if they are going to be systematically and attacked every day, but they are going to cover quite a period. Professor, I think I cannot do sufficient justice. You gave me a 13-page CV, and the 13 pages are substantive pages. I've managed to cherry pick, but have your moment. You have 25 minutes to share your words of wisdom with these young people as they begin the process. Thank you and welcome.
It is now good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm really very privileged. I'm sure I'm not expected to do the protocols because those chairs are empty, kind of. And we were told that we should proceed on the protocols which had been established before. But I do appreciate Pagja, Mithika, whom we used to call Mzalendo, patriot, long time ago, because of his work in the pro-democracy space in this country. And so I'm very privileged. Philip, you have said many words about me, but I'm very privileged to really stand before Cohort 3 of all these climate justice activists who are going through this training so that they may be sharpened more, and they may also sharpen each other, so to speak, develop the networks that you were told are very critical in terms of your present and future work. And when I was asked to come and to speak before you, one thing that really attracted me was this simple fact that already in our continent, you are beginning to do amazing work. And therefore, to speak to young people of the continent who are engaged in climate justice work and other work to change our continent, it's really a major privilege. I think all of you know about Greta Thunberg of Sweden. And the lady who is now 20, at 15 years old, she told her parents that they must change their lifestyle as a family so that they can reduce carbon footprint. Imagine a 15-year-old she's brave enough to sit with her parents and tell them that we need to change course. And she was kind of crazy in a good way. And she decided that every Friday, she would go and sit before the Swedish parliament in our country. And she had this idea of school strike for climate change. And as she progressed to do that, this expanded and led to school climate movement, which was also called Fridays for Future. And in 2018, from our work, which began at 15 and began as a student, as a pupil, so to speak, in 2018, there were student strikes globally until it was said there was a greater effect. And she became Time Person of the Year and has been consistently nominated for Nobel Peace Prize 2019, 20, 21, 22. Now, one mentions this lady to say that you can begin from very humble beginnings because it was in our family. It was just a school, students. And she therefore planted a mustard seed and proceeded to become, in terms of Time Person of the Year. So when I see you here, I am sure that from whatever humble beginnings your work has started, there is the potential with determination, with courage, with persistence to actually help our continent and the local communities where you come from to solve some of the problems that afflict us in terms of climate crisis. And that example really demonstrates, even when you are a very young person and you're determined, you can go places in whatever you put your mind into. And she was even crazy. I think it was 2019 when there were those student strikes all over in major cities, where like 1 million people in each city would demonstrate, students, for climate change. And she would speak before world leaders, telling them to take immediate action for climate change mitigation. And there was a time she even traveled by yacht to North America because she didn't want to fly because of carbon issues relating to flying. Another example, and in the morning, this was mentioned, Wangari Maathai, 1940 to 2021, when she passed on. She began her work by just planting a tree, deciding that, you know, people should plant trees. And she initially actually tried to do it through the private sector, through a company. And because our idea was to plant trees to get people into employment. That didn't quite work. And in 1997, when she worked for the National Council of Women of Kenya during World Environment Day, she decided with other leaders, other female leaders, to plant 7 trees, a place we call Kamkunji. The idea was to honor some of the historical leaders of the freedom movement in the country. And that planting on the 5th of June, 1977, became the birth of the famous Green Belt movement. And Wangari Maathai did a lot of things in her life. She was a politician. She was, of course, more into environment. Until in 2004, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And there was a time in between when the husband decided to leave her, to divorce her, because according to the husband, and this is written, the husband said it was very difficult to marry her. She was very big-headed. She was too much for him. And, you know, that was the cause of the divorce. And I think earlier on, it was said that what men can do, women can do better. And she did what she did very well. But the point of this example, again, is to say that this lady who began by, I just want to plant a tree, can I get some other people to plant a tree with? That became the Green Belt movement. And that got Wangari to be recognized globally. The last example I want to give to show that from small beginnings, big things happen. And each one of you present here is capable of birthing those big things when you're confident with yourself. This PACJA, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, is slightly over 10 years. And it just started with an idea of you can aggregate in the continent groups that are interested in combating the climate crisis. So in Joburg, this idea was birthed. And who believes after about over 10 years, this is an organization that operates in 50 African countries or so. It has aggregated over 1,000 organizations. It is able to reach the United Nations framework for climate change. It works within AU, UN agencies. It's a Pan-African organization. It works with national parliaments on the continent, the Pan-African Parliament, subnational governments like Makueni County when I was a governor. And more critically, it works at the grassroots level. Again, through Mithika and his collaborators, it was possible from very humble beginnings to grow this giant of an organization that today speaks on behalf of the continent, helps African governments to advocate for policy at global level, at whatever level, and helps to get impact at the grassroots. So those three examples, which we have sampled, are used to tell you that don't get daunted by the task. Yes, climate crisis, climate, change, all these things look very big. There's a lot of conversations about them at very high levels and so on. But what you have started, each one of you, can be multiplied and should be multiplied, just like the individuals that we have mentioned and the organization that we have mentioned were able to consistently work hard and be of a lot of benefit to for Greta to, you know, the whole world, for Wangari the same, and for this organization too, PACJA, you know, the same reach, so that it can become an organization that actually in the climate justice space talks, advocates for the continent and the South, so to speak. So I hope within the 2 weeks or so that you're here, you will interrogate deeply into what has made this organization successful. Because one would borrow some of those strategies, some of those ideas for their work, ahead. Now, let me tell you a bit how I ended up getting involved in grassroots climate action work. 2005 to 2007, I was appointed Minister for Environment, Natural Resources in Kenya. And I also, at some point, doubled up as Minister for Lands and was Minister for both for 17 months. But critically, I was appointed Minister for Environment, being a lawyer, because during President Kibaki's time, our third president in this country, actually many people didn't want to be Minister for Environment. So it was by default. And why was that so? Especially with, you know, the climate change meetings and so on, the climate, you know, change, the convention and all that. It was a very complicated ministry, you know, new languages, new institutions, and they seemed to kind of multiply, like within a short time, there is something new. And so, you know, many people felt challenged that you can go into that ministry and float. So the president, President Kibaki said, you know, although you're a lawyer and there's a lot of science here, and there is a lot of economics and all those things, these terminologies and international politics, you will try to make a sense of all those things, therefore become a Minister for Environment. And maybe when you have started your work, initially you may have felt that there is a problem and you need to be part of solving it. But maybe you were not immediately immersed into the language or languages of climate change and these greenhouse emissions and carbon markets and you know, carbon footprints and all that kind of stuff. So one of the most important things is you have to familiarize yourself. And I think that was said before by James. You have to familiarize yourself with the language, with the issues. And so there's a bit of research and reading so that you are able to operate from the grassroots up to the international level and you be comfortable in those spaces. And for me, it was not difficult to kind of begin to learn. Because what I did was, I listened to those who are in the ministry. I said, I don't know a lot of this. And I'm not shy to say I don't know, but I want to learn. And so I was helped to learn, you know, what happens in this particular space. And so very, very quickly thereafter, I became, you know, president of COP12 in 2006. And of course, before becoming the president of that COP, I didn't know that there is a lot of haggling and there's a lot of hard negotiations and all that kind of stuff. I thought this is just like any other international thing, but I was told very quickly by those we worked with in the ministry that there is tough negotiation. And some of what I learned, and this is something that as you work from grassroots to the international level, I learned that there is significant interest from the developing world in climate change issues, and not necessarily so as to move the agenda and to solve the problems, but it is to retain the status quo of fossil fuels, not reducing greenhouse gas emissions, not supporting those who are most vulnerable. So there can be a lot of activity, and you think that this activity will give birth to progress. And yet, some of the people who are involved want to make sure that the status quo is maintained. So in COP12, there was a general statement about, supporting developing countries and clean development mechanism, a plan to work on climate change adaptation. It was agreed on the procedures and modalities of the adaptation fund, and so on and so forth. But the African countries were expecting that there would be a firm realization of the adaptation fund, and that funds would begin to flow, so that since they were most affected by climate change, they would be able to deal with that. And so the African participants particularly were not happy, and they say this Nairobi COP 12 did not bear as much fruit as was expected. Now, in 2013, after doing several things, I was now elected a governor of a subnational government. Here we have the national government, and as was shown earlier, we have the subnational government and 47 counties. A governor is elected, there's a county assembly, so there's an executive county assembly. And so you have I won't say a miniature government, but you have a government, because there was 1 million people, to work with. As I prepared for this meeting, I was able to read one of the publications of PACJA, that is Grassroots Voices Against Climate Environmental Crisis. And one thing that is important is, as you work in your countries, in your communities, it is to find out what are the problems, what are the how does climate crisis manifest itself? And I think we heard a lot from the speeches, including the speech by the minister. And we did a risk assessment in the county. And we found that, there were problems of gullies, of landslides, of drought, of floods, especially flash floods, of human-wildlife conflict, soil erosion, illegal sand harvesting, disappearing rivers and swamps, and so on. And the publication by PACJA, the Grassroots Voices Against Climate and Environmental Crisis, there you notice testimonies of people saying there used to be a lake, like there was a lake somewhere, and young people, when they marry and during their those first days of a lot of bliss, they would go to that lake, and there would be some boat, and that was a very special expression of love and so on. So there somebody says the lake disappeared, so they were not able to enjoy such moments of love and so on. I'm saying this as if it's a joke, but it isn't a joke, where you really have in your communities drastic changes, and sometimes they happen very quickly. My mother is about 85 years. Normally, they didn't have somebody to record when they were born, but we say she was born during a certain famine, because we name famines where I come from because they are very frequent. And she tells me that in our childhood and youth, where we are, it was very green. There was a lot of water. There were forests. There was livestock, pasture. They didn't have to go far to do all those things. And, currently, the picture is completely different. So again, those examples of the risk assessment that I talked about and what also in that booklet, which I'm sure you will look at, you have to really find out what is the manifestation of the climate crisis where you are at, and what you want to work on. Because you may not be able to work on too many issues. You may not want to spread yourself very thin. So now when I came to the county, I had the experience of the ministry. And so I knew something about, environmental issues, climate change issues. And we became part of 5 counties which worked with an adaptation consortium. And we decided as a lawyer that a good starting point was to have some regulations so that there would therefore be a framework for our climate change work, climate justice work. And we came up with Makueni Climate Change Fund regulations from the work that we did with these NGOs to help us, because we considered that more knowledge in the area than all the people that I was working with. And as we did what we called public participation for these regulations, and even before for our county integrated development plan, the people told us, what are these climate change problems? Actually, we had a problem of finding a name in our language of climate change. Before we had a name for environment, and now we were having a problem, and we had to describe it in many words, not just one word. But what the citizens were very much interested in is, okay, there's this idea that you can put a ring-fenced budget for climate change. So for them to get convinced that that is important, there was that now discussion within the public participation framework, because we had public participation from village level. We had over 3,600 villages. And we would go to another level we called clusters, 377. But now, because we had to put dedicated money for climate change, they were convinced when they realized what it is and the problems that they're living with, which need attention. And we went ahead to put 1% of development budget for that. That was track 1, because there were also other ways of realizing climate finance within the county. And we have 30 wards, and we did a participatory vulnerability capacity assessment to know when we have that, the dedicated funds, to know which counties which wards should we start doing adaptation work. And the people again would agree that this is the place which is most vulnerable. So work can start there, and of course it will spread into all of them. And some wards would share a project, like a water, project. We had, of course, also in the process of making the regulations, also done the county climate change action plan. So even at such a low level, we thought that steps that are taken even at the national level, steps that the Paris Agreement, talks about in terms of how you do adaptation, work in local governments, in the grassroots level. We wanted to domesticate all that, to replicate, all that, so that we have an important framework. And we worked a lot with, local organizations within the county. We also worked with others outside. We actually worked a lot also with PACJA, as I will demonstrate briefly before we close. So we wanted to follow all those steps so that what we are doing is sustainable. And actually, we were the first country to have the climate change fund regulations. And even the national government came to kind of benchmark in our county, and many other counties came to our county to see some of what we are doing. And it isn't because it was the county, Makueni County, doing it. It is just because we were brave to go to wherever could help us, whoever had knowledge, like PACJA. And as a consequence, because of my previous experience in the Ministry of Environment, we were not shy to ask for assistance. Now, we had also another way of sourcing for funds, because this is an important point all the time. And this is what, even at the international level, this idea of adaptation fund, is it working? Now loss and damage, how is it going to work? So we had also another, we said every ministry, every department must itself also demonstrate climate change work. Meaning, like Department of Education, as we determine what work you have done, climate change is cross-cutting. Apart from the dedicated 1%, from now, whatever other funds we have, it will be important for you to demonstrate that in each department, you are doing climate change work. And like education, they would come up with, roof catchment, how to get water, agriculture, climate smart agriculture, health, sanitation, waste, management. Even finance department, they would plant trees. Roads, we had roads for water, to manage storm water runoff. Water itself, Department of Water itself, sand dams, which would be used to make our semi-arid areas, to capture water and store rainwater, because that was a big problem there. And also sand conservation. There we had, maybe at some other point we shall be able to give this story of how cartels had been, taking sand until they disappeared some rivers. And now we told them that this is not sustainable, and this is against, sustainability of livelihoods and all that, people getting water, people doing agriculture. And there was a major fight. Actually, they would even ban some of our vehicles as a county until we found a system through, again, using communities and the organizations to stop that menace. In the lands department, there was a lot of landscape restoration according to Ssscj-Iii and so on. So we tried to find ways to make sure that we mobilize funds for the work. And of course, awareness was very, very important, because as also you do your work, awareness is key some of our we used to sensitize people, like we would use GIS. And we would, when we are now in the communities doing the public participation, we would show them like a picture of how a particular area looked like in the 80s, how it looked like in the 90s, in the 00s. And they would now see, you know, even the younger ones, they would see how areas were very green and all that, how there were rivers, now they are not there, they have disappeared kind of. And this again now made them know that this is a real problem and therefore they must combat it. Then from the legislation that I've talked about, from the regulations that I've talked about, we formed a Makueni Climate Change Fund Board. We did also a lower committee, which was a planning committee, which was of technical people. We established a department of environment, climate change, and even a directorate within it. And most critically, we decided that there should be ward climate change committees. And these ones would come up with proposals for adaptation projects. Then these projects would be looked at by the planning committee, and if passed, they would go to the board itself for approval, and the people would be trained about these issues, about how you write your proposals and so on and so forth. And when they implemented a project, then there would be a sustainability committee to continue looking at it. Now, I think we are mentioning this as because I think now I have some constraint of time. We are mentioning this to demonstrate to you, as you work, whether you're working with the local authorities, it is important in that community work to be very systematic and not to assume that you just start and everything will be okay, because when that happens, I think I'm being told there is a problem of time. So anyway, as we conclude, let me say that we have participated a lot in the FLOCA initiative, because even the World Bank came and looked at a bit of what we were doing, and we were able to assist in terms of you know, getting this locally, financing locally climate change, you know, action. To we were able to assist in that process, so that again, even yourselves as community groups in this area, or you can actually, your work can actually impact and help whoever it is who is helping, you know, who is helping to fund and so on and so forth. And we worked with the meteorological department, early warning systems. They developed Makueni Climate Information Service, and we would get information, relate to farmers in the county through bulk SMSs, even vernacular or mother tongue radio called NA. In 2018 October, PACJA organized a conference, The Role of Devolved Governments in the Transition to Low Carbon Climate Resilient Economic Development. And our guys were very pivotal in that they came and they participated in that particular meeting, which was sensitizing all local, all counties about how to work in this space. Also, as a county, we attended, you know, COPs 2016, 18, 19, 20, 21. We always sent representatives and talked about our local climate change work, and also in other fora talking about the sun story, how we had done that. And many counties came to benchmark with us, whatever we were doing. And at the end, we hosted the 7th Annual Devolution Conference 2021, which discussed matters of climate change, multi-level governance for climate action, subnational mobilization in unlocking the full potential of climate action during and after the pandemics. And we shared a lot to ground this idea of how do you do climate justice at the local level. Therefore, I really want to say to you that what you have committed to achieve is possible, and you are actually part of the solution in our continent, actually a very central part of the solution in our continent and elsewhere where some of you are coming from, in terms of ensuring that you will deliver climate justice from the local level. You rub shoulders with high and mighty at international levels, and Africa's voice, our voice is heard, and there are results and there is implementation of climate justice. So Mivika and Pakja and all the good people here, I wish you very well as these 2 weeks you interact and you sensitize all who are here, and later you have enduring friendships to help each other proceed with our work, so that we have the Gretas and we have the Wangari Maathais, we have the Mivikas, we have those good people who change the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I know I've definitely rushed you. It's difficult to moderate a session where Prof is speaking. And I can tell you, if you want to harness the best from Prof, begin to engage him from the night hours. There is a time when he was dissolving his own government to go home because it was not delivering for his people. And I was quickly pulled into a meeting where I thought the conversation will end up soon. But I got back into my house at around 4 a.m. after that meeting. So it can be lengthy, but I think Prof has spoken about the need to begin from an humble level, small beginnings, being consistent, being focused, but ensuring that your propositions are working at that particular level. But more important, playing a role in transforming the policy architecture, the programs, and the institutional outlook, so that again, they deliver to the people at the local level. He's spoken clearly about those global instruments and whether they matter there or they matter at the local level, or they should apply across. And therefore, the journey that you began as students in this particular school is a long journey. You will be treated to so many processes. Please make sure that those processes make sense at the local level. I want to interfere with protocol a bit, and the program is structured in interest of serving another emerging interest to invite Honorable Charity Kadhambi, because again, she is also drawing inspiration from the local level engagement to also share some quick perspectives in the spirit of wrapping this particular session. Welcome, Honorable Kadhambi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Honestly, if there is a time I fear addressing people, it's at lunch hour. I request kindly don't sleep. I'm just taking less than 5 minutes. I'm Charity Kadhambi Chepkonye, Member of Parliament, Joro constituency, Nakuru County. I'm here representing the National Assembly, and I'm very happy, privileged to be here. I just want to do summary of a few minutes. That it is true, everyone has talked. The truth of the matter. Climate change is a global matter. It has affected all of us in the world, but it has become too much in the developing countries, that is in Africa and including our country, Kenya. I'm aware we are here with most of my friends, members of parliament from other countries. We are soon going to meet in September for the Africa Summit. We have been recently in South Africa for the Pan-Africa climate change matters. But for the truth and purely in relation with the climate change, what we are asked as members of parliament, our main issue is a part of legislation, representation and oversight. And also we play the greatest role when it comes to the matters of the budget. Therefore, for me, in summary, as a member of parliament who is this country, climate change is real. I was so happy to hear you have a song, and I remember someone asked you, what do you want? What do you want? When? Now I have come to challenge you. You want climate justice, and you want now. Let us take an action so that we can save the world, we save the country, and we save the continent. As a member of parliament, who is also the chair of Kenya Parliamentary Climate Change Caucus, and I am in different committees in the parliament, I just came to tell you climate change is real. We can no longer say something else different from what others have said. You have all of you watched what we have undergone as Africa and the country itself. In Kenya, the issues of floods, the food insecurity, you have seen we have lost over 2.5 million livestock in our country for the few years. The matters of water scarcity, inequality and the quantity, the pollution, waste management is a big issue. We have destroyed our lakes, our oceans and the rivers. They are purely polluted. We have affected even the production in our farms because of purely sometimes pollution with the plastic bags. We thank God for the National Environment Management Authority, which has taken a lot of actions in relation with the reduction of plastic bags pollution in the country. Therefore, colleagues, in summary, in relation with climate change, I'm just standing here to challenge all of you and in support of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Kenya, we have said we no longer talk, we are taking action. That's why it is good I mention here that Kenya is the first country in Africa to have a Climate Change Act Bill 2016. We are even taking more further actions. We are planning, either we propose some amendment to include carbon markets or we initiate a new bill in relation with carbon markets. As members of parliament currently, we are also planning, because the country right now, His Excellency is leading the matters of increasing the forest cover, having seen the destruction in the country and the impact in the country. The country has a plan of planting over 15 billion trees. Therefore, it is a work for all of us, and I'm very happy that today, Paksha with other partners have held a meeting with the youths. Let us, all of us, take an action. You are the right people to change the future and the future for our children's children. Therefore, I support the idea of what the CS, the Cabinet Secretary, has said, inclusion of matters of climate in our curriculum so that we can empower our children from primary schools to institutions of universities and in even further areas. Why? It is because when we are talking about climate change, colleagues, many people say this, the first people to be affected, anytime there's flood, there's fires, there's scarcity of water, most of the times it is women and the children. You are our children today. You have gotten a chance to be empowered for you to make the world more better for all of us. Therefore, as a member of parliament, what I'm requesting each one of us, whichever space you occupy, it is the space for you to change this world and this country and this continent in a better way. Therefore, we are also planning as members of parliament in support of the government idea of increasing the forest cover to 30%, which is 15 billion trees by 2030. Our CDF Act, we have 2% when it comes to the matters of environment. We have now sat many meetings. We are planning how to do the amendment of the CDF Act to increase the percentage of the environment code so that we can have more funding when it comes to the matters of environment. Therefore, generally, I thought I would take some few minutes, not to bore you, but to wake you that you have sent all of us. Let us unite for the purpose of the climate justice. And the good thing is you're telling us we want it now. I want to challenge each one of us to work and take an action. Enough is enough. We can no longer continue talking. Let each one of us take an action, and I'm telling you, we are going to improve this country and this continent. Myself, as a member of parliament, I am champion for very many issues in my constituency. I started programs of greening schools for wealth and also for making the country green. It is now a challenge even to institutions where we sit. We can support, we can bring ideas, we can also lobby our partners to support the great ideas this country is having. Therefore, colleagues, Pakja, let me appreciate with other partners and the friends who have supported this conference. And thank you for also giving me time to say something before I leave, because I knew we would finish the program before 1:30, and myself at 2:30, I have another meeting in the parliament. That's why I really appreciate this meeting. It's very good that all of us, we can take an action. I don't want to talk too much. I hope we are going to take an action, and I thank the governor, the former governor who has told us, let each one of us make a decision of whom we want to be. Myself, as Charity Kadhambi, I have chosen to green the country and to take over from the late Wangari Maathai. God bless you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Charity, for ending it up with a personal commitment in terms of the direction that you want to take, which is quite a positive one. But for the Alumni Summer School, there is a broad invitation in terms of holding elected leaders accountable to deliver a legal regime, a policy, infrastructure, and the programs, including funding that respond to your needs at the front line. And particularly noting that you are young people, ensuring that the actions at legislative level contribute to creation of employment opportunities. That is what I, in a very nutshell, add from Honorable Charity Kadhambi today, sorry. So I want to move on the moderation to the next level and pass on the time deficit to Belinda to moderate the next session. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. If there's anything you need to take away today is this session, because in my opinion, it is the most important session. You are here to build capacity, building capacity to create change. And if you cannot create change, then why are you building your capacity and gaining knowledge? With those few remarks, I want to call to the podium alumni of Nairobi Summer School who will be sharing their experiences from either Cohort 1 or Cohort 2. Hope Mandala. Please applaud him. Salem Ayanan. El Busaidi Swale Ahmed. Elvi Shindume. The claps are receding with time. No energy. Last but not least, we have an online panelist, Saone Makwatso. Saone, are you online? David, if you could confirm for us. So these young people will be sharing their experiences of how the Nairobi Summer School was able to transform their lives, how they decided to use the capacity built here and took actual action. And I'll start off with Hope Mandala. Hope is a self-driven, motivated green entrepreneur. He is a great believer that to achieve sustainable development in Africa, innovative forms of social engagement, along with new improvement technologies and collaborative mechanisms is required. He will be telling us more how the practical skills at the second edition of Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice empowered him. So Hope, if you could share with us your key takeaways from the summer school and how that has transformed your life. I think you can go ahead and just speak from where you are.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hope Mandala. I'm from Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. I am a driven and a motivated young entrepreneur, a climate activist, and also a media personnel. So as a climate activist who was equipped with practical skills in climate change information, I was motivated to venture into green jobs. So last year when we attended the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, we had an opportunity to see the green jobs happening in Kiambu County. We went there and we saw what the community members were doing. And I had an opportunity to see some who were doing orchard. They were doing fruit tree planting, and also some were they were into vegetables. And these people, they told us to say they are making more money out of these things. So with that, I was motivated. And when I went back home, looking at the current situation in our country, there's negative effects of climate that are happening. There are floods. For example, this year when we saw the cyclone Freddy, and you look at the community, you see that
there's a lot that is happening. People are living below the poverty line. The youths are just sitting down doing nothing. And then I said, no, let me venture into beekeeping as a sustainable livelihood, whereas simultaneously helping to restore nature and also making money. So when I did that, I was able to, I started beekeeping where I'm doing the Kenyan beehives, and also I'm doing the Langstroth beehives. So I am doing all that in order to obtain the money, whilst also not disturbing the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hope. That's a clear showcased example of how he built capacity, but in addition to a practical field experience, he was motivated to go back to his community and begin a social enterprise that is also empowering his community. Along the summer school, within the next 2 weeks, you'll be able to see a video of an apiculture, is it apiculture? That belongs to, you will see Hope and the great work that he's doing in Malawi. Now, I understand Saone is online. Saone is a young professional from Botswana with a diverse background in finance, entrepreneurship, and research. She's also the national coordinator of a granular and climate change vulnerability hotspot mapping study for decision support in Botswana. Soane, welcome once again. And maybe you can tell us what motivated you to join the summer school and how you went ahead and utilized this knowledge as an agripreneur. And please try to be brief in the interest of time.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Belinda. Hi, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you in Nairobi. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the third cohort, and great thank you to the PACJO Secretariat for organizing this impactful program. So what motivated me to apply for the summer school, I was part of last year's cohort. I was running a horticulture enterprise, and you know, with agriculture, you plant today, you have to wait 60 to 90 days for your crop to bear fruits, and then you start looking for your market to sell your produce. So I felt like I had a lot of time in my hands, so I needed something that could, one, get me out of my comfort zone, two, something that could unlock opportunities and possibilities within the agriculture space, but at a more enhanced and diverse level, because I believe that there was something, and with what I was doing, I felt like I was not, ticking the right boxes. So I applied. I saw the advert online, and also a friend of mine shared the post, and I even forgot about the application. Fast forward months after, I think it was like a month to a month and a half after, I had received an email saying, hey, congratulations, you're going to be joining us for the second cohort. And my expectations going into summer school, I just wanted to learn more. How do we connect agriculture with, the whole climate action space? I also wanted to learn more about climate justice, because I'm from a country where, droughts are very persistent. We are a semi-arid country, so increased temperatures. So we see the effects of climate change every day. And within the space of agriculture, farmers will tell you that we no longer harvest as much as we used to. We struggle with some post or even pre-harvest challenges or losses, because sometimes, you'd get rain out of nowhere, it washes away your crops, or, high temperatures will burn your produce. So I wanted to learn more and understand, how do we bring the two worlds together? And for me, the most important thing was, what could be the best thing that could come out of all this? So I went into summer school. We had what I would say one of the, I think it was Jesse in one of the videos that was playing throughout the day, saying that it was a master class. We had experts that some have become mentors in what we are doing now. We learned quite a lot. And for me, I think the most important aspect of it was just the possibilities within the agriculture space outside the farm. You now can use your voice, not only within the community that you come from, but also just within the bigger space that is, the UNFCCC processes. Because I remember during our time, that was one of the core thematic areas that we were, being introduced to. So the whole space also inspired me to go back home and do some learning. I remember after summer school, I enrolled for another program that introduced me to climate diplomacy, negotiations, and after that, I found myself within, climate negotiations around agriculture, and that's where I think, developing more interest and more learning. And now I get to contribute within the space at a national level. And hopefully we also, as we grow and become better in the space, we get to contribute now to the dialogue and advocate at a more international level within the negotiations, the diplomacy. So in a nutshell, that's just how, I started and how I am growing, how I'm learning. And the knowledge that I got from summer school, I'm even applying it in what I'm doing currently, the responsibilities that I get tasked with, the work that we are doing with the hotspot mapping. It's still related to agriculture. It's still related to climate change. It's still related to advocacy. It's still related to the bigger picture of young people taking an active role, providing local solutions to the challenges that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soan. And just to highlight that the study that she's working on, she mentioned it in brief, but it also looks into the nexus of gender equality issues, women and their vulnerability, especially within the climate discourse, and using the knowledge that she acquired within summer school. You notice our curriculum is very comprehensive. So she may have started off as an agripreneur interested in climate change, but now she's utilizing additional knowledge that she acquired in research work, and also highlighting the importance of evidence in informing policy. Now, allow me to move across the continent to Benin. Benin, we have Salem Ayenan. He is the current regional focal point of the Children and Youth Major Group of the United Nations Environmental Program. He specializes in climate education, targeting children and youth. Among other great initiatives, he is one of the 8 young African members of the Focus Discussion Group under UNESCO on climate education. He initiated the ECOL project, which consists of educating learners on climate action in the capital of Benin. So he will speak in French. I think he mentioned he's more comfortable in French. So Ayana, what were your expectations when you enrolled in summer school, and how that knowledge you acquired has helped you and how it has been useful in the work that you're doing now?
Thank you so much. So I'm going to speak French. Donc, déjà, bien avant de postuler pour l'école d'été de Nairobi sur la justice climatique, j'étais déjà impliqué dans plusieurs activités concernant les consultations de jeunes et tout. Mais ma philosophie à moi, c'est que, à côté de ce que nous faisons, la sensibilisation au niveau local, le reboisement, les séances de salubrité, il faut vraiment que la voix des jeunes soit entendue au haut niveau. Parce que ce sont dans ces instances-là que les grandes décisions se prennent. Et souvent, nous sommes absents. Et quand j'ai vu l'appel à candidature, je me suis dit, tiens, ça, c'est une opportunité de découvrir davantage comment est-ce que nous, les jeunes, nous pouvons nous impliquer dans les processus de prise de décision, parce que ce sont à cette table de négociation que nous devons porter plus haut nos plaidoyers. Et donc, j'ai eu la chance d'être sélectionné et j'étais venu ici à Kenyatta University pour suivre cette formation de 2 semaines. Et je dois avouer que cette formation m'a permis quand même de gagner beaucoup en termes de compétences et de connaissances. Par le passé, je faisais beaucoup d'activités, c'est-à-dire je ne travaillais pas sur une thématique spécifique. Mais quand je suis venu à Nairobi Summer School, à la fin, j'ai décidé de mettre en place un projet appelé École Écolo. C'est un projet qui consiste à former les jeunes, les écoliers, les apprenants sur les questions de changement climatique et comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent s'engager dans l'action climatique. Je dois dire que grâce à cette spécialisation dans ce domaine, j'ai pu rejoindre le Focus Group Discussion UNESCO Africa. Je fais partie des 8 jeunes qui avons travaillé et nous avons fait les consultations. Il y a eu plus de 17 500 jeunes à travers le monde que nous avons consultés et nous avons conçu à la fin un document que nous avons présenté à la COP27 lors d'une session ministérielle. Et je dois avouer que je fais partie de ces plus jeunes qui étaient assis à cette table de discussion avec plus d'une dizaine de ministres du monde entier. Il y avait les officiels du UNFCCC, il y avait l'UNESCO. Et donc, j'ai eu à présenter les résultats de cette consultation. J'ai eu à également formuler un plaidoyer pour que désormais la question sur l'éducation climatique soit vraiment prise au sérieux afin que les apprenants, puisque ce sont eux qui aujourd'hui ont l'âme vraiment sensible pour vraiment travailler pour que la planète ne subisse pas à l'avenir tout ce que nous subissons aujourd'hui. Donc, j'ai fait ce plaidoyer. Et il faut dire qu'à part cela, vu qu'on nous a vraiment outillés pendant ces 2 semaines sur comment est-ce que nous pouvons nous engager par rapport aux questions de consultation, comment est-ce qu'on peut faire passer nos plaidoyers, le lobbying et tout ça, j'ai eu également à travailler au niveau du groupe majeur des enfants et jeunes de l'UNEP, parce que j'avais eu déjà à faire quelques consultations à ce niveau, mais grâce à toutes ces expériences, je me suis dit, tiens, cette fois-ci, il faut que je postule pour devenir le point focal Afrique de ce groupe-là. Parce que vous savez, toutes les décisions concernant UNEA, UNEP, c'est-à-dire l'Assemblée des Nations Unies sur l'environnement qui se déroule chaque 2 ans, il y a les jeunes qui, chaque année, travaillent pour que désormais les voix des jeunes soient également entendues. Et j'ai constaté que d'habitude, quand les décisions se prennent, les jeunes du Global South n'arrivent pas vraiment à s'impliquer. Et puis, ce sont les autres qui viennent chaque fois. Donc, quand j'ai postulé par la grâce de Dieu, j'ai été également sélectionné et je suis actuellement le point focal Afrique. Et je peux vous avouer, à l'heure où nous sommes en train de parler, nous sommes en train de faire une consultation au Maroc tout de suite. On a financé 5 jeunes du continent qui sont là-bas. Et c'est une consultation en prélude à l'Assemblée des Nations Unies sur l'environnement qui va se dérouler l'année prochaine au Kenya, ici. Et donc, je dois dire que franchement, cette formation m'a beaucoup aidé et je suis très heureux. Et l'autre chose que je peux ajouter, c'est que cette formation m'a permis d'aller très loin. Parce que par le passé, il faut dire, je n'ai pas une formation de base dans le domaine de l'environnement, à la base. Mais quand j'ai eu à postuler, par exemple, à une bourse, et j'ai mis le certificat de Kenyatta University dedans, j'ai été admis pour un programme de master dans une université dans le domaine de la gestion de l'environnement, alors qu'à la base, je n'avais pas du tout une formation dans ce domaine. Donc, à part ça aussi, j'avais été invité par le ministère fédéral allemand pour le développement et puis le conseil consultatif des jeunes. Pour une consultation, on était 20 jeunes sur le plan mondial et nous avons également travaillé sur le plan d'action de la jeunesse de ce ministère-là. Et franchement, je suis très fier parce que si je n'avais pas pris par ce programme, je suis très sûr que je n'aurais pas certaines opportunités que j'ai aujourd'hui. Donc, je tiens à remercier Parja et tous les partenaires. Je tiens également à féliciter tous ceux qui sont sélectionnés cette année et vous encourager à prendre très au sérieux tous les programmes, tous les ateliers. Et voilà, merci.
Aren't you inspired? You're not. So what I liked is the fact that he said he came without any expectations. He came with an open mind, and he was able to identify a gap. And right now, he's working on what we call intergenerational climate justice. Children, the youth, will be the ones who are going to face the extreme weather effects of Africa. Africa, you know, is vulnerable. The extreme events are becoming more and more frequent. So as we had earlier in the day, they will have to face more of that than us. So I'm actually happy that you saw that gap and you're actually raising that awareness, and we all need to be conscious. So really being innovative out of what you came to learn. Allow me to go to Swale Ahmed. Swale Ahmed El Busaidi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, managing partner, El Busaidi Advocates. He specializes in climate litigation. Among other things, he's also a trained human rights defender from the beautiful island of Lamu. I don't know if some of you will manage to go there, but you will reach out to him after this. So Swale, please share with us briefly how your knowledge from summer school, Cohort 2, advanced your litigation practice.
Yeah, Sava. Yes, hope you're all well. So I was lucky enough to have attended 2 summer schools, the first one and the second one. I would like to tell you, before the summer school, I was invited to some environmental space. I remember Googling what biodiversity is before reaching that meeting. And when I was there, my first question was, what is COP? That was my first question. And today I am here seated on a high-level panel. If that's not the ultimate description or illustration of summer school, I don't know what is. So during the second cohort of summer school, there was media advocacy training. And after the second summer school, the youth came together and formed a platform, the South-South Youth Platform for Climate Justice, which hand in hand went on and headed the Nsscj-Iii campaign, the same youth, the Climate Justice Torch campaign, that went all over Africa in countries that have not seen demonstrations before, but this Nsscj-Iii was conducted there until we reached COP27. There were some wants that we were pushing with this campaign at the COP27. And 2 of them, one of them was Africa to be considered as a continent of special circumstances, and the other one was for loss and damages. Anyway, we got for loss and damages. We never got the other agenda. I've never felt beaten or defeated or not be able to accomplish something in my life as I felt there, because we were running in the hot sun. Egypt is hot. We will march. We will risk being arrested and everything. But just as simple, Africa being recognized as a continent of special circumstances, we couldn't get that. When I came back, I thought to myself, this is a losing battle. If something as simple as that, which is already provided for in the policies, cannot be adopted, what am I doing? Then I remember this media advocacy engagement that we were taught. Mr. Neo de Henry emphasized on this. He said, for you to do good advocacy, find a niche that is unique to you, that is particular to you. That way you know how you will deliver, because you know it best. And I felt as an imposter. I was in a space that I did not know anything about. So I went back to my studies. And what do I know? Litigation, law. And from the cases that are there in Kenya that have been litigated, they are more on a point of litigation and not on a point of climate. That is why in the case of, let's say, the coal plant, people are celebrating the cancellation of the license. In the case of the port people, people are celebrating the 1.7 billion compensation. But looking at it from a climate change perspective, and the trainings I got of different and common but differentiated responsibilities and all this, I realized that these cases, the lawyers that went there did not ask the right things, because 1.7 billion is not something to celebrate. If you look at it from a climate change perspective, you cannot substantiate the loss to biodiversity, the loss to livelihood. You cannot substantiate. So how do people celebrate 1.7 billion? So I thought to myself, there is a need for this climate science, climate knowledge to be integrated with litigation, so that from today henceforth, any litigation, climate litigation, shall have the results as if the litigants or the pursuers were climate justice activists. And today I am here to tell you, you are privileged to see me today and to know me today, because in 2 years' time, the whole world will know who I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swale. Again, I liked what you said. What is your strength? Where is your capability? Climate change is a cross-cutting issue. So for the new cohort, I don't expect that you copy what our panelists are saying. You have your own skills, you have your own unique self, find your niche and run with it. And Swale, we need more people like you to fight for this in the social justice within the courts. So next to me, I have Elvi. Elvi is in cohort 3 of summer school, but she's here having heard what the panelists have said, how she feels based on her expectations and what the panelists have shared. You could maybe share a few thoughts on how you feel going forward, what are your expectations, how you intend to move forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helvish Indume from Namibia, currently founder and chairperson of Women in Agriculture Association, and also leading as the PACCHA National Coordinator for Namibia. I feel very privileged. I mean, it's just been 2 days at the Nairobi Summer School, but I'm already sitting on a panel. So I feel very, very empowered already on the second day. So I'm looking forward to what is in for us, the cohort 3 participants. Just to give a brief view of what PACCHA has done for me as a young person, we heard from our executive director, Dr. Mithika, how he said how PACCHA is engaging and involving more young people in climate actions. And I think I'm one of the living proof amongst everyone else of what PACCHA has really done for me. When we started with the Women in Agriculture Association, we had different components, increasing access to finance, access to land, but one component that was missing is access to climate change, or creating awareness for women farmers in climate change. PACCHA has also taught me or capacitated me on how to stand up for our women farmers, not only in Namibia, but also in the whole African continent. We have seen our previous speaker, they spoke on women empowerment, how one woman, what a man can do, a woman can do better. And really in the climate justice and climate change scenarios, empowering women is the reasons are abundant. And number one for me is a matter of justice and equity. Colleagues, we cannot strive for progress if we continue to marginalize and silence half of our population. In Namibia, for example, in the rural areas, we have 70 to 80% of the small-scale farmers are women. And if the support that those women farmers need is not given to them, then we might as well forget about the continental or worldwide or global goal for national or global food security that we're speaking about. The second one for me is empowerment for women and youth in the climate change aspect is a matter of survival. Our world is facing a lot of challenges. We speak of the climate change issues, we speak of food insecurity, we speak of changing dietary needs. So we really need an inclusive strategic plan where everyone in the whole Africa is included. Those are my views, maybe as to keep the spirit up and to also encourage the current participants. I think we are here to capacitate ourselves, enhance our skills. We're not just here for DSA and to travel. Let us not become the tourists of Kenya for now, but let us capacitate ourselves. And it doesn't only end at capacitating, it ends, or we have to have the goal of implementing. So we get the skills now and we go back to our respective countries and implement the different climate actions that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helvi. I think she has concluded it for me. She has really concluded it for me. We are not here, and I think she's the best. We'll hold you accountable to that, and you can hold the rest of your colleagues to that. So I think for me, I want to say a big thank you to the panelists. Great works you're doing. And Soane online, I hope you're still there. And I wish you greater success. And as PACJA, we are here to support you. Yes. The networks we can build, but you also have a part to play in terms of building your climate action. So I'll leave by just stating that knowledge is a bridge from misery to hope. Let's not feel hopeless. You are the next generation. You can actually come up with more innovative ideas as you've had. So thank you very much. I know we rushed, but we'll still have the panelists with you. They're still here. There are still other alumni, so please interact with them, get to know more. And yeah, thank you very much. I'll stop there.
So our distinguished guests who are still with us here, I still see Ayere Kabede, and we're really grateful to see Cedar for the support we have received to enable us around the school. I still see Sam Ogara, Dr. Sam Ogara from the AU. I can see Country Director for ActionAid, Susan there, and Dr. Rita Thenya, Director of Garimata Institute. And I still see Honorable Amogini, still seated there. Colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. What do you want? Oh, really? What do you want? When do you want it? Now, this is going to be the most difficult session to manage, especially because it is coming past lunch hour. But I'm confident that our young people are resilient, our young people are energetic, our young people are very understanding. Are we together? But I promise it's going to be the shortest of all the panels that we've actually been able to have since morning. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite yet another high-level panel that are going to close this session for us. We actually reserved the very best, for the last session. And allow me, therefore, to invite Dr. Rita Thenya. Dr. Rita Thenya, like I mentioned, is the director of Garimata Institute for Peace and Environmental Studies. I think Professor Garimadai has been mentioned at least by 3 speakers since morning. And Dr. Denya is actually reading that institute that was actually created at the University of Nairobi to immortalize the good work Garimadai did. So thank you so much and welcome, Dr. Denya. I also want to invite all the way from Uganda, Dr. Jacqueline, or Honorable Jacqueline Amogini. Yeah, she qualifies to be called a doctor, really. The kind of work she's done is perhaps much more than what you can imagine. So Honorable Jacqueline Amogini is a parliamentarian from Uganda, but also supporting Pan-African Parliament. So welcome so much, Honorable Jacqueline Amogini. I also want to invite in my panel, Susan Otieno, who is the country director for Action Aid, our very, very close partner. Let's clap for her as she takes the floor. On the same wavelength, I want to invite Idris. Idris Adum is actually one of the, I should say, alumni of summer school. You can see the alumni everywhere. And I promise you, after this, you'll never be the same. You have seen our young people, they're everywhere, attending the big conferences that you see around the world. We went to Germany 2 weeks ago for SB 58, and I think the entire place was full of young people. Saona, who was talking to us here online, is actually negotiating, for Botswana on agriculture. She's one of the lead, negotiators for agriculture, and she's a beneficiary of the second school. So this is a great, great opportunity really for you, to advance really climate justice cause in your respective capacities. I also want to recognize the presence of Raki Abeng. I think he's joining us online. Raki is also a beneficiary of Nairobi Summer School on climate justice. He attended Cohort 1. Cohort 2, he came actually to also facilitate. And even during the next 2 weeks, he will be speaking to us also, as a speaker. So he's graduated from just a student to become a trainer. So he'll be one of your trainers. And that is what we call real transformation. So thank you. That's my panel. We're going to take a very short time to ensure that we don't compete with the enzymes, for your attention. All right, so the topic we're going to cover today is really how we can be able to take advantage of our demographic divide in Africa, particularly considering that most of our people in Africa are young people. The biggest constituency in Africa is actually the young people. And Africa has so many resources. We have gold, it's okay. We have copper, we have diamond and all these other resources. But for some reason, we are unable to control those resources, and somebody else controls those particular resources. And in any case, when we export such resources, we export them as raw materials, and they probably benefit somebody else. So we're still in poverty as Africans, even with all those resources. But perhaps what should give us hope, and big hope as Africans, is the fact that we have one resource that nobody can take away from us, and that is the gift of our young people. And we believe if we are going to come up with solutions to climate change affecting the continent, then those people who are supposed to spearhead the process must not be anybody else but the young people. Dr. Sam Ogara told us, and I think Soika also mentioned, that really the young people are not the leaders of tomorrow. Indeed, you are the leaders of today. And that is why we have all young people, sitting in the panel, conversations that we have to actually ascertain and actually confirm the fact that the young people are actually the leaders of today. And now to start us off, I want to invite Dr. Rita Denya, who is the director of Garimadai Institute, because he interacts with young people every day. The Institute is transforming the lives of young people. And I wanted him to check, with us and tell us which opportunities then are there for the young people in terms of research and making sure that our research is contributing, to international research. We have had issues with IPCC where we don't have a lot of our data reflected in the reports coming from, IPCC. But we have our young people and we have our research institutions that probably can actually be able to take advantage, of that particular space, and we produce our own endogenous research in Africa. So how can young people therefore be able to fill that gap? Dr. Denya.
Thank you, Mwangi, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope we can hold on for a couple of minutes, and it's of a lunch hour. And to start off, when Swale spoke here, he talked about a lawyer who went through the training and couldn't understand what is biodiversity and what is environment. And I remember in 2009, when you're starting Wangari Maathai Institute, I was part of the team that was crafting the process, the ideas. And one of the challenges that Swale has highlighted here is actually exactly the way Professor Wangari Maathai put it, that as young people, we are trained in silos, in sociology, in geography, in mathematics, in law, but the problem that confront us do not come in silos. They come compounded in all subjects that we go through. So thinking about how to train interdisciplinarily is very important, because the lawyer who negotiated for that amount of money, and there are many cases of scenario, did not understand about economic evaluation, that resources like biodiversity, the birds that fly, the bees, have value that you can be able to attain to. And so you might think about how can we actually be able to do that? And the people we train at Wangari Maathai is through an interdisciplinary course. We have engineers who come from masters and PhDs. And once they go through the process, they realize there's something else that actually we don't know. So if you're able to ensure that that happens, then you can actually be able to tackle this particular problem. I've looked and seen that if you look at all climate initiatives, whether at the African Development Bank funded initiatives, if you look at COPs, go to Glasgow, go to African Union, there are always initiatives for the young people. There are funds, there are promises. Now the question is, how can you actually be able to take charge of that? You yourself, as the young people, and if you constitute 70% of the population, is it possible that you can actually be able to move your own agenda? Now, one of the questions that will actually come across, and this is part of the discussion you usually have also at the university, is where are decisions made? They are made by politicians. And those are the people who decide where do you put the resources. They were here in the morning. I'm happy that my sister is here from political arena. In the last year in Kenya, we elected new leaders. But dismally, the young people at the university, those in colleges, were never interested in politics. And that means that they never elected their choices, who are going to vote for the finance bill, who are going to vote on the carbon bill in parliament, who are going to decide on the investment in climate change. And they are 70%, and proportionally, Kenya also has got a huge population of young people. That means that you actually can make their own leader, and those young leaders would actually have the opportunity to even ensure that the investment and the innovation that you make at the green economy can actually be secure. But the people who are selected are elected by another cohort. So getting interested in politics is important, and deciding that as a team, we can actually be able to change our destiny. Most of the time you're waiting to say, what can we be given? What is our portion? Yet you are the majority. That majority must be felt both at the local level and also at the continental level. to be able to make the decisions so that they can also choose who negotiates for laws in government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Denya. You know, you have taken advantage of your numbers. And leadership positions will never be offered on a silver platter. That's what Dr. Denya is putting in other words, and that we have to go for those positions. And that introduces us to Honorable Jacqueline, who has actually taken up that particular challenge. She started engaging in politics in her 20s, and she's such an inspiration, especially to the young women of Africa. But most importantly, her real focus is in ensuring that climate issues are well articulated, and that in the parliament, you know, these issues of climate change are taken seriously the way they should be taken. And she's also with Pan-African Parliament. And 3 weeks ago, there was a big summit on climate, you know, equity and policy. She was a member of Parliament who also attended that particular summit among other 300 parliamentarians. And I wanted her to come in and give us some inspiration, especially the young women seated out here. This cohort has many more women than men, and that was by design, you know, to make sure that we're also bridging, you know, that particular, you know, gender, you know, divide. And I want her to basically say a few words in terms of how then can we become climate change advocates, even within Parliament, you know, to ensure that this agenda is given the profile it deserves. Welcome, Honorable Jacqueline.
Thank you so much, Charles. I will just stand. I am used to speaking while standing, so before I even say anything, I recognize all the protocol. May I kindly ask all of us to stand up? Yes. Just stand up. If you're not all going to stand up, I'm going to put the microphone down. Thank you. Now that you've stood up, what do we want? And when do we want it? Viva Africa, viva. Viva Youth of Africa, viva. Now I don't want you to sit down. I know all of us are career holders, isn't it? You could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you could be an environmentalist, you could be a teacher, you could be anything, and you're here. While you sit down, think about the profession that you're holding, and then shout it loud and sit down. I want to hear. No, don't be shy. You could be a soldier. Just say, a soldier, I'm sitting down. But okay, I'm listening. And other people have just sat quietly. Others do not know where they fall because they are yet pursuing their careers, right? Okay. Just know when you're in this theater, you're all winners. And clap for yourselves. And why I started from there, Charles, it's because most of us think that when we are teachers, so we don't want to know anything about climate change. When we are lawyers, you think it is all about the law. And when you are a doctor, you're like, no, for me, it's about patients. Let me tell you today, climate change cuts across all sectors of life. I went to university when I was 19. I wanted to be a lawyer because my grandfather told me that if you cannot marry a lawyer, be one. If you cannot be a doctor, be one. If you cannot be an accountant, be one. So I was like, I will be a lawyer, but I missed by 1 point. So they gave me at Makerere University another course. I did environment, but my first choice was law. And then I missed government sponsorship. So they said, go for a second choice. I said, I'll go for it. And my grandfather that day, I remember, cried so much because he wanted me to be a lawyer. But just know in this life, whatever happens for a reason. I was very excited to do environment in my first degree. And then later I paid my grandfather's price. I went back and did law. But On issues of engagement, I've gone to parliament. Let me start from where our last presenter started, from Wangari Maathai. He said that it's politicians who change everything. When I was like you, I've surpassed, I'm now in the actually I've left the evenings of my youth. But in my heart, I'll remain very useful because it's the youth movement that brought me up. So when you're seated here and you're 18, I asked Philip when they were inviting me, how old are the people I'm going to address? They said 18 to 35. That's not a very big difference from my age. I just celebrated my 39th birthday with a blast 2 days ago. But as I celebrate, they say women never speak their age. But me, I'm proud to speak about my age because they say young people fear to elect even their leaders. I decided to go to parliament when I was still a student, at 20-something. Actually, I was the youngest in the whole continent. Because as a law student, I know that the only thing parliament cannot do is to turn a man into a woman. But otherwise, parliament can do anything in terms of law. They can decide tomorrow that, no, we are changing this law. So if you don't want to engage in politics, politics is not just going to parliament. It's not just going to, politics starts from where you are. Now, today when you're here, you know the theme for our being here, it's a Nairobi Summer School. And I have my very good friends who work with Pakja. Michika Mwenda, I think he has left. And actually, Pakja has mentored me on issues of environment. Please, if you're part of the Pakja family, clap for yourselves because automatically you are now. In my legislative role and otherwise. And that's why I always appreciate whoever thinks about my name in Pakja, because I know Pakja is having a wide movement of people, not only in Africa, but globally. But it's an issue, something that started small. So when you're here today, we are talking about climate justice. Do not concentrate on the problems everyone was raising here. For me, where they talk about problems, I see 1,000 opportunities. Do you know that over 100 billion tons of plastic is being put into our waters? And that does not only affect our marine life, it affects the climate change. What can you do as an environmental entrepreneur when you live here? You do not necessarily need to have studied environmental science. What is that you're going to do in your community? We are talking about renewable energy. You do not need to start with anything big. You start with an idea. Issues get you when you're ready on the way. I want to give you an example. When I wanted to be a member of parliament and I was going to remove a minister, oh my God, I was a third-year student at the university. And I used to do community engagements. The best thing I've always done is to plant a tree. I plant trees. Even when there's any function in my constituency, they would never, everyone must first look for a tree which I will plant in their compound before I officiate over their function. So whenever they would see me, they say, Jackie, where would we buy the trees? Where is the soap for hand washing? Because there's two issues that I prioritize when I do a community engagement. So, for you as a young person seated here today looking at me talking, I liked what Sway said. He said that he's the next big name in Africa. I want to say amen, not only in Africa, but in the world. Because we testify what we become. So what I really wanted to leave you with tonight, as we start this Nairobi Summer School, is one. Everywhere, everyone is talking about the climate challenge. You as a young person, what is it that you're going to address? If we are talking about pollution of plastics, because of plastics bottles, I went to one of the countries, I've traveled to almost all the African countries. There's no country I've not gone to. I went to one of the countries, and when we were meeting the president, I said, Your Excellency, I have something to say. And he said, what? I said, your country is very dirty. Even the hotel I stayed in, Sheraton, is the dirtiest. He said, what? The next year, they invited me because they had started annual cleaning event where even the head of state participated, and I was one of the guests. So when people are talking about problems, you be looking at, there are very few people who think. Most of us follow. But today I want us to be thinkers. Whenever they talk, I remember one time they were talking about COVID. And I was in Uganda. Everyone was like, COVID, COVID, COVID. And then Professor Gwang said, if you followed us in Uganda, all our family got COVID, but we had COVID-X. He had a solution there and then. Today we are talking about human climate change due to human activity. So the same human activity can be addressed. We are talking about the Great Green Belt Initiative. Just a simple planting just a tree is a big issue. Starting a nursery bed as a big business. You are addressing business, but you're also addressing the issues of climate change. Even doing recycling. So to me, I'm not going to outline, there's so many. But I want you today as young people, when you live here, my grandparents, may their souls rest in peace. If they were still alive, they wouldn't do much anymore because they would have explored whatever they had to do. But the potential is in you today looking at me. And together we can transform this continent. Not only this continent, this world. The world food basket, Africa has a comparative advantage. As compared to all the other continents. We are talking about climate change. They do not even want to take part in agriculture. But farming is something which is better. Climate change affects agriculture, yes, but how are you doing agriculture in a sustainable way so that you can feed the world? So to me, as a legislator, I'm looking at what are the options, because when I go to my constituency, I get so many youths playing matatu and all that, and I tell them, please, let's do A, let's do B, let's do C. And today I can assure you, even when now I represent Uganda in the regional parliament, I have a track of 1,000 youths in my constituency doing so many events. You will never get a bottle on the road, never. We have streets. One time I will take you to my constituency. Streets which are green. And it's not my initiative, it is their initiative. I only did the what? The talking. Compounds of families of people, greened. Because we must speak to address climate justice. You're not just going to live here in Nairobi today. Then you say, oh, I was in a Pakja meeting and it is done. This is not about Pakja. Pakja they sought, and they put a concept and said, at one time we shall have 1,000 youth in the University of Kenyatta University. And it has happened. The rest is now yours to go and unpack. I'm not going to talk about the semantics of the UNFCCC, COP20 what. First of all, when I came to Parliament, in the whole of Africa, I'm actually the first person to have initiated parliamentarian engagement at COP. Parliaments used not to know what they are doing at all. We wrote a concept and he said, hey, with Pakja, now all parliaments go to COP. But what does it mean going to COP when you're not taking any action? We have, even next year, there will be COP. Even 2029, there will be COP. 2030, there will be COP 20. The question is, after all these semantics, what exactly are you doing? And after this summer school, Nairobi summer school, what exactly are you going to do? Majority of us will be asking for per diem. I used to do the same when I was a student. Are they going to give us? And it would be very little money. That is nothing. What you have, what you can do is too big and too huge. Now, today, because if they had given me time, I would speak to you. You pick what you want and you leave what you don't want. My mentor, I have one biggest mentor. He's called Stephen Harvey. Even at midnight, when I have no sleep, I will first listen to him and say, hey, Stephen. Not because he even knows that I exist, but he can move you out of your bed. You can go crazy. So that is the spirit that moved me from being a student of university at 23 to go to parliament. I didn't have a coin, nothing. I had an idea and I believed in it. If you're here today because you just applied to PACJA and they chose you, you even don't know what you're up to here, just pack your bags and go back home. Because after 2 weeks here, you must be the change the world wants you to the world wants to see from you in addressing climate-related issues. As I conclude, I want to call upon all of you, all of us who are fearing spaces. Most of us think that politics is only in being a president. But if you have that dream, yes, it can be, but keep it to yourself. But as young people, don't talk too much. If you have that vision, it's good. Chase for it. After all, even if you didn't get it, but you would have tried. If you have a vision of being a member of parliament, a senator, anything you want to be in this world, let me tell you, the sky is just the beginning. You can be anything great that you want to be. And in this climate discourse, the ball is in your hands. The ball is in our hands. And together we can transform the communities that we are in. Most of us, I was interacting with young people yesterday and they were like, are you also a participant? I said, yes, I am. And what is climate change? I was surprised. Then I said, no, climate change, because like for me, I will not talk about figures. UNFCCC, you talk about reduction of, we have to keep at less than 2%. To you now, by the time you finish this 2 weeks, you'd be knowing everything. But I just said, when droughts happen, that is climate change. When there are floods in your constituency, in your community, or in your surrounding, or anywhere in the world, that is what? Climate change. Recently, we had hurricanes in Malawi. People were displaced. People died. Uganda, people died. Rwanda last week. Last month. That is climate change. So you're talking about issues that are happening to our community on a daily basis. And then those very issues can also addressed by our action. If your grandmother is using firewood to cook, you have a role to tell her that, Mommy, let's change, let's use cooking stoves. Simple things. You can even do simple solutions. Through my Jacqueline Among Development Foundation in my constituency, we just do stoves to get out of grid of cooking using firewood. Simple things that you can do. And then you will never forget you are having come to Kenyatta University to be part of the summer school on climate justice. And with those few remarks, I want to leave you one quote that I almost quote it everywhere I go, but to the young people, it deserves. One person, Frank Fanon, he one time said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its historical mission and either fulfill it or betray it. Today you're here in the upstairs of Kenyatta University. It's up to you whether you're going to betray or fulfill the climate mission. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jacqueline Amogin, and I can't add anything else to what she has just said. She's just about a living example, really, of an empowered, woman and a young woman in Africa. She came all the way from Uganda. There's no way we're going to stop her, and I'm sure you are very, very inspired, by that presentation. Thank you so much, Honorable Amogini. I want Susan to be the last because I want her to sum up all this, because that is where action is. And she has to tell us, how she's aiding action, especially for the young people. But before then, let's go back to Nigeria. Let's go to Nigeria, where we are going to find Raki Abeng. Now, Raki came here as an innocent young man for the first summer school, but now he's a big guy. You know, he's a chair of the Commonwealth, Youth Forum. That is what summer school can do, to people around here. So, Rocky, so what has been your experience, really, particularly having gone through Nairobi Summer School, and again, now you have at least some big role somewhere. How can you encourage, the third cohort, especially in terms of taking in your footsteps? Muted, Rocky, you are muted.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Let me confirm that I'm very audible to everyone in the hall. Can you all hear me?
I hear you now. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Charles, for having me. My sincere gratitude to the management team of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. What do you want? What do you want?
Justice.
Great. I am here to tell you that PACJA has given you your own climate justice. You have just received climate justice by being selected to be part of this cohort, third cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on climate justice. To respond to the question asked, before 2021, I was just one of those young persons in Africa. I was literally a very strong advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals in 2020 and 2021. I never knew, never had any deep understanding that there is a conversation ongoing around climate change. Even though we had one of the SDGs, SDG-13 as climate action. I applied through a very rigorous process and was successful as one of the first alumni of the first edition of the summer school. Before I go forward, I would like to tell everyone in that hall as a young person that you would only get from this summer school the level of passion and the level of hunger that you have left your individual countries to Nairobi for. Today, I am one of those young people who have been privileged to join the very important networks of the Commonwealth, where I serve as an executive member in the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, CYCN as for short. But I did not just migrate and found myself at the CYCN, but it took a very deliberate effort and passion and hunger to know the conversation. In 2021, the technicalities of climate change were very high for me. The terms used, the terminologies used, but the cohort and the alumni have been able to come together to have conversations in terms that are easier for young people to understand. And having been part of the 2 weeks training in Nairobi in 2021, I can tell you today comfortably that I'm beginning to understand, I'm beginning to engage. So when we call for young people, or when we listen to young people saying they want a space in the table to have conversation, you cannot be on the table when you don't have anything to discuss. And you cannot discuss when you don't understand. It is John C. Maxwell who said, talent is not enough. But I'll tell you also today that attending the summer school alone is not enough. The buck falls within you who have identified what your passion is. We have listened to videos, we have seen content that says Africa contributes less than 4% of the global emission. Also, we also know that Africa is a very youthful continent. I've taken a lot of key moments from my participation at the summer school. One of my best moments was when we were taken through the module that had to do with understanding the global north and south political divide. I was so interested in the facilitator, the resource person for that session. And I'm telling you all today that this was the anchor. This was the particular model that broke open my eyes to understand and also see issues of climate injustice that is being melted upon Africa, regardless of the enormous resources that we have, you know. So my participation at the summer school in 2021 opened up the entire landscape of engagement for me. And this is also one of the skills I brought to the Commonwealth that enabled us in 2021 at COP26. Just immediately after the summer school in August, I was able to lead young people from 54 Commonwealth countries as at 2021 as one of the young delegates from the Commonwealth to COP26 in Glasgow. Our participation in Glasgow also saw us, with the background knowledge we got from the summer school, saw us pushing. We led a research that was also presented in COP26 to the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland. We presented the first youth research that was done just after our engagement from the summer school in 2021. That was presented in Glasgow in 2021 as well. Fast forward also to 2022, we were also privileged to also be one of the delegates from the Commonwealth to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. So my encouragement today, it is easier to learn, but I would encourage us all in that hall today, and also colleagues who have joined us online as well, that you have to keep an open mind. PACJA has done its best to bring us together. This is the platform we've asked for. We have been given the platform. What do you make of this platform that has been given to you? To some persons, it's going to be a beautiful moment to take pictures, amazing, create the memories you want as young people. For some other persons, you're beginning to ask questions when your country is going to revise our next NDC. What is going to be your role, having gained this very important knowledge for 2 weeks? The conversation of Sharm el-Sheikh, Dubai, that is coming up in December. What role are you going to play? But I also looked at what contribution I can bring at the local level. And I can mention here on this call today as well that back home in my country, Nigeria, I have joined a few young people and led the drafting of the first Youth Climate Change Manifesto. We will be launching that in a couple of days in Nigeria as well. This also came because of the platform created by the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance through the summer school. And not just ending at the summer school, we have now currently a very vibrant alumni platform, the South-South Youth Platform on Climate Justice, which I'm interestingly looking out to welcoming each and every one of the alumni from this third cohort in joining us. So yes, Charles, I really got my understanding about climate justice, especially in the African narrative, broadened. I never had that before my attendance in 2021, and then the post-engagement that had followed. There are still lots of gaps. If you look at the references we do have in having conversations here in Africa, these references are research done by our colleagues in the global north with very few input from those in the global south and Africa in particular. And this is where an amazing opportunity for young people, each and every one of the alumni that is here today, there is a role and a contribution that you have. So today, I get young people reach out to me and say, we followed you, we like your conversation, how can we be part of the process? And this is the process I do link them up to most time. And one interesting thing, after attending the summer school, in that are following me as well on Twitter, you would see that my Twitter handle is the Climate Barrister. I love how my brother Swale had put it in his earlier session. I'd followed that panel as well. The innovation I got as well, this is where Climate Barrister came from, because I was so keen in picking up something from the summer school. Ask me if I have a background in law. No, I have a background in biology, but on Twitter, you will see it as climate barrister. And I've had engagement where people ask me, oh, did you study law? And I bring them back to my participation in the summer school that today enables me to amplify the injustices that we see today across Africa. So yes, Charles, the summer school has really played a very important, a significant role in terms of capacity building to engage. Sometimes you get to invite young people and they might feel blank on what to say, but the engagement I had in summer school from sessions that was taken by, I had amazing sessions by Dr. Sam Ogala that I also followed, one of my mentors as well. There were sessions as well taken by my mentor, Dr. Augustine Njamshi, and also the executive director, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, who took us through a bottom-up approach as well. So I can still remember the modules that I was taking through while in the session in 2021. And I want to urge each and everyone to take this as a very massive investment to build the next generation of think tanks that would amplify and ensure that climate justice that you have all said you want now, you play a role in ensuring that we achieve climate justice, not by 2063, not by 2030, but now. Thank you very much, Charles.
Thank you so much, Raki. Raki has been lucky to be part and parcel of this particular process, and thank you so much. Now, we are moving on to Chand, and I want to give probably 3 minutes, and I can control this because Idris, you're here. And Idris is going to talk to us about some of the bottlenecks that the young people have been experiencing, in really pushing forth, this climate justice cause. Now, Idris is all over the world. I've seen him at least 3 times in Kenya. Sometimes he just pops into office and say, hey, guys, I'm here. I'm coming for artificial intelligence workshop. I'm a speaker. The next moment you see him, he's coming for agriculture, for energy workshop and so on and so forth. He's the most sought after young person, in Chad and across Africa. He is a product of summer school, but coming to tell us some of the impediments, some of the bottlenecks that you come across as young people, in terms of advancing, your course in climate justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sal. I'm going to speak in French, if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Bonjour à tous. C'est un honneur, une opportunité pour moi d'être avec le docteur, les parlementaires et parler de la question de la jeunesse. Parce que la jeunesse joue un rôle capital pour le développement d'un pays, pour le développement d'une nation et pour le développement du continent. Quand on parle de la question de la jeunesse à un certain niveau, on dit que la jeunesse africaine, c'est une jeunesse qui est en manque de repères. Mais allant dans ce sens, par expérience, moi, je me dis que la jeunesse africaine a une potentialité énorme. La jeunesse africaine peut faire la différence lorsqu'on la confie la destinée d'une activité, la destinée d'un projet, d'une initiative et consorts. Et cela me pousse à dire que nous avons déjà une opportunité en 2022 d'être parmi les alumni ici, à Nairobi Summer School. Et cette opportunité nous a permis de comprendre réellement les questions cruciales qui concernent la justice climatique. Nous sommes tous des jeunes, nous avons étudié la biologie, la chimie, la physique, l'environnement, etc., etc., etc. Mais la question de la justice climatique reste une question très importante pour tous les pays. Quand je dis pour tous les pays, parce que tous les pays africains sont d'une manière ou d'une autre, sont reliés, nous avons les mêmes problèmes, nous avons les mêmes potentialités, nous avons les mêmes défis à relever. Je prends l'exemple de mon pays, le Tchad, un pays qui se trouve au centre du continent, un pays très fragile, un pays qui est exposé aux défis du changement climatique. Si vous avez vu dans les médias les informations de l'année dernière et cette année, le Tchad est confronté à des défis très énormes en matière de changement climatique qui poussent maintenant à des affrontements entre les agriculteurs et les éleveurs et qui se soldent maintenant avec des tueries. C'est cette triste C'est cette triste situation qui nous a poussé à réfléchir en profondeur. Qu'est-ce qui fait que les agriculteurs, nos frères agriculteurs éleveurs se battent et se soldent par des tueries? Quelles sont les solutions étant jeunes? Qu'est-ce que nous allons proposer comme solution afin que cette tuerie, ce problème soit fixé ou diminué à un certain niveau? Lorsque nous avons eu la chance de participer à Nairobi Summer School, nous avons compris que la question de la résilience, l'adaptation, la finance climatique et la finance pour la perte et dommages, c'est une question qui est discutée à tous les niveaux. Mais nous n'avons pas accès dans les différentes salles, mais à notre niveau, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Nous avons réfléchi pour proposer une solution digitale. D'abord pour le Tchad, et après on va développer dans d'autres pays. Et cette solution s'appelle Pastor Help, c'est le pastoralisme et aide. Nous avons proposé cette solution pour prévenir et gérer les conflits entre agriculteurs et éleveurs avec une solution digitale, tout en utilisant une boucle d'oreille avec un code QR. Cela leur permettra d'avoir quoi? Pour un bétail, d'avoir un numéro d'identification unique facile à repérer. Cela nous pousse déjà à comprendre réellement que lorsqu'un bétail se divague d'un point A vers un point B, si on ne reconnaît pas le propriétaire, on peut directement agresser la personne qui guide ou ainsi de suite. Cela nous a poussé à faire quoi? À identifier les bétails, à gérer de la mobilité en utilisant le GPS, tout en respectant les principes et les normes de chaque pays. Et c'est cette solution qui nous a permis de remporter le prix à Niamey l'année dernière. Et cette année, nous avons présenté la solution devant les bailleurs en Côte d'Ivoire. Et ce qui nous a un peu attristés, il y avait des solutions qui sont venues de l'extérieur, qui sont venues, c'est-à-dire des pays en dehors de l'Afrique. Nous avons proposé des solutions africaines, proposées par des jeunes, avec des expériences que nous avons acquises dans des différentes formations. Et c'est les propositions, c'est les solutions qui viennent de l'extérieur qui ont été retenues. Et les solutions africaines sont restées entre nos mains. C'est ça qui nous a poussé à dire qu'est-ce qui ne va pas. Soit la jeunesse africaine n'est pas apte à proposer des solutions, ou bien c'est nos dirigeants qui ne veulent pas que la jeunesse africaine réussisse. C'est dans ce sens que nous nous sommes dit, pourquoi pas se constituer en réseau. Lorsque nous sommes en réseau, nous avons déjà des solutions. On peut être une force et proposer des solutions pour chaque pays qui veut. C'est dans ça que nous avons proposé 5 solutions qui viennent du Mali, qui viennent du Tchad, qui viennent de la Côte d'Ivoire et une solution qui vient de la Mauritanie. Nous avons 5 solutions qui répondent déjà à toutes les questions liées au changement climatique. Pour la question de l'adaptation, pour la résilience et pour la question de la gestion de la mobilité, afin que nous puissions vraiment fixer tous les soucis liés au monde du pastoralisme. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Idris. You know, young people are not just victims of climate change, but they are also change agents. And technology is just but one way of doing that. Thank you so much, Idris, for that presentation. Now, last but not least, we go where action is. And I want to invite the country director for Action Aid. I know, Susan, you do a lot of programs, and some of them are actually targeted, on young people. Now, how can international organizations and NGOs really adjust their programming to ensure that we are responding to the needs of these young people, these great people of Africa?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Viva, young people, viva. Okay, I can't hear you. I've refused to fall. If you allow me to stand, the ladies decided to stand. I've refused to fall until I'll see a young person who can take over what I'm doing, okay? Viva, young people, viva. No, that's not enough. Where are your hands? Where is your power hand? Power to the young people, power. Now we can do better, okay? I think if we stand, we'll do better. Let's stand. Okay, power to the young people, power. Viva to the young people, viva. Abash to climate injustice, abash. Are we together? Yeah, it's a bash because we are disagreeing, okay? A bash to the climate injustice, a bash. Viva to the young people, viva. Power to the young people, power. Okay, you can sit down. Yay. Thank you, we can appreciate them. I've been asked a question that how can organizations, international organizations, national organizations, non-state actors work with the young people to bring this change? So I'm paraphrasing it. But I want to move it to you because you're here as students. You're in a classroom. You're here to learn. And the best thing to know is what you're going to do with the knowledge that you're going to get. And what I'll be talking about are the things that we do with the young people, but I'll be telling you to be the ones driving them. Are we in agreement? Are we together? So if I say, are we together? You tell me, yes, we are together. Are we together? Okay, thank you. So the first thing, we work with young people to localize the efforts. Now your question would be, what are the local efforts that you can bring in place to address climate change? And that should be what you're thinking about in the next 2 weeks. What are these local efforts? Who are the people you're going to engage with? What are the local institutions? What are the youth-led institutions? What are the youth-led actions that you're going to engage in? So that should be your number one. I'll be happy if I saw people writing or putting them in their phones, because you'll remember this at the end of the 2 weeks. And the most important thing is to build on the grassroots voices. We can talk and talk, but if the people at the community level are not speaking, if we can't hear them, we end up doing nothing. Why am I saying so? I became a climate justice crusader just last year. Yet I've been in the development world for over 20 years. And I've worked with the best. So while my former colleague like Philip in Pakja, Swale, they were the ones championing climate justice, I was championing women's issues. And then last year, Dr. Mithika called me and said, Susan, what are you doing? And I told him I'm on my way to Europe to go and tell the Europeans, to go and tell the northern countries to stop being Eurocentric. Because they are focusing on Ukraine and forgetting about the East African drought, and people are dying. And when I said so, he told me, but at the end of the day, remind them that it's climate justice, climate injustices that is causing 6 failed rain seasons in the Horn of Africa. And so I got a point. And I had to read, and I read, and I read. And I remember at the end of the second week, we agreed we must have a press conference and let the government know that they have a role to play. People are dying. But I told him, while I'm out there, this is what I'm going to say. And every person that I made them make a commitment. But the reasons that I gave them were the reasons that were at the grassroots. I told them, women in the eastern parts of Kenya are tying their stomachs not to eat for days to allow their children to eat because rain has failed. Women are being raped on their way to go fetch water, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, because rains have failed. Girls are being pulled out of school, go through harmful practices so that they can be married for their families to restock. Why? Because the Horn of Africa is facing drought. Children are collapsing in school. Why? Because there's no food. Why? Because they cannot eat. Why? Because of drought. But why 6 failed seasons? Because of the climate injustices. And we had a reason to talk. And anyone I met, I would ask him, what is your next meeting? Many of them said COP27. And I had been told that loss and damage financing was not in the COP27 agenda. And I said, will you tell the European Parliament to ensure that COP27 We have the loss and damage financing facility as an agenda. And we achieved it because the African countries cried out loud. So these voices from the grassroots are going to give you the evidence to continue talking about climate change. Number two, you cannot do it alone. You cannot bulk yourself as an institution, but you can come together as social movements. As an organization, we are moving from funding institutions to not funding. By the way, we don't fund. We are not a funding agency, but we grant, we work in partnership. So we are moving from partnering with formalized institutions to partnering with social movements. Why? Because we need to tackle the issues. The issue here is climate injustice. And anyone who feels that it's a burning issue needs to be part of the movement. So as young people, if you check in countries, revolution came about because of movements. So when you're here, try and connect so that at the end of this session, one day we will have a youth movement talking about climate change, not only in Kenya, but the entire Africa and globally. Because the young people in the North are talking and they're looking out for the young people in the South to combine their efforts. That's why we are calling it a movement. Do you agree with me? Are you ready to form the movements? Thank you. Number three, change has been as a result of struggles. In Kenya, for the many years that I've lived in this country, change has been as a result of struggles. And I'm happy you allowed me to talk now after the government officials left. When we were talking about education in Kenya, we were shouting free primary education, and people were asking, how will it happen? But when the late President Kibaki came, he just said, all children to go to school. Was that not an achievement? But it was after a struggle. Basic rights to be considered and be factored into the Constitution, we now have them. Now, the Kenyan Constitution 2010 didn't come about just like that. You heard Professor Kivuta Kibwana talking. You know, he talks with a lot of humility. You cannot imagine that he was among the people who are beaten on the streets of this country when they were fighting for the Constitution. But eventually, I remember in 2005, when I just joined ActionAid, I was 31 years then. Now you can calculate and know my age. But I said I've refused to fall until the young people can occupy this space. We had the banana and orange dialogue. Who remembers? I know you're young, but who remembers banana and orange? It was either you're eating a banana or you're eating an orange. And orange, we were saying no to the Constitution because it did not represent the people from the communities that we were talking about. And in 2010, we said yes, because it represented women, it had space for young people, it had space for devolution, it had space for localization. That Constitution is one of the best. We are praying that we can continue implementing it so that we can see the best. Number 4, of course, about the Constitution, before I go to number 4, we supported it because of the 2/3 gender rule. And I want to ask all the ladies who are here that the fact that you've come is to show you that there's space, but please occupy the space so that the first session of the next conference like this one, we will have ladies talking and sharing. Ladies stopped being statistics. Okay? It's not a good point. I've just said it as it is. You're no longer supposed to be a statistics. You're supposed to influence. Why? Because the impact of climate change is seen on women the most. Number 4, as a young person, you need to consider climate change as an injustice. Why is it an injustice? Because of what the North did and are still doing while they ask you to plant trees that will absorb the carbon. Does that reduce the emission? Have they committed and effectively? Are they doing it? That's why it's an injustice. It's an injustice because through fossil fuels, they became rich while Africa suffers. Through industrial agriculture, they are rich, we are dying of hunger. So it's an injustice, and it has to be called what it is. There's no other name, there's no better name but climate injustice. So for the next 2 weeks, map out the injustices and let's confront them, because we have to change the world. It's an injustice again because the private investors who can invest are the ones who are ready to take up certain actions. And the moment we get into private investment, we are not very far from debts. We are not very far from corporate capture. Yet we are saying we need to be financing, public financing, gender responsive actions in the country. That can hardly come from private investment. It comes from public financing. And that's why it's an injustice. I have 2 more points and I'll be done. But before I move to the 5th one, I think it's a question that you also need to interrogate. What is the UN doing? If they declared climate justice, the climate change an injustice, as a UN body, they would be able to have these conversations seriously and critically. We were in COP27. The gentleman who said he was in COP27, I was there, and walking from one area to the other was one way of discouraging people from participating. You take 30 minutes, you take 45 minutes to change from one conference to the other. But the majority there were private sector. Can we have the young people coming together and going and speaking your language? Don't worry, even if you have to camp outside the gate. It made us get the loss and damage financing. We are now stuck on where it's meant to be housed. It should be your voices. Do you know anything about loss and damage? Can you get to know it in the next 2 weeks and help determine where it needs to be housed, so that the North can finance it for the betterment of the South? We need to rehabilitate the infrastructure that has been messed up, not being given debt to do roads. Because if you give us debt to do roads, you're still holding us captive. We are still under colonization. Number 5, always remember to build the nexus and create space for climate justice conversations. For instance, as I said earlier, and I'm almost finishing, the debt crisis cannot be separated from climate justice. Because I'll give you money, which you'll have to pay me, therefore you're not able to even produce enough for your food. I'll give you money, which you have to repay me, you cannot rehabilitate anything that has been damaged by climate justice. Another nexus is the humanitarian crisis and climate justice, which I spoke about. And the last one, which many people fear, is religion and climate justice. Many of us here go to churches or religious institutions. How much do we address climate justice? But we were given dominion. It's only the young people who will go and talk about it. Are we together? So when you leave this place, have your paper that when you step into church on Sunday or go to the mosque, raise your hand and ask for permission to speak. And tell them, I have a new gospel. This church must address climate justice. And lastly, concretize your actions to policy. Concretize your actions to policy. Anything you do, identify its connection to climate justice and go into the pieces of legislation and ask yourself, are they addressing it or they are worsening the situation?
And when you do that, I believe you leave this place not only a graduate, but an effective crusader of climate justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Susan. Now, if you take your flight now back home, at least you're not going to go empty-handed. Is that also? Susan has just covered a whole module. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Venya, so much. Thank you, Dr. Honorable Jacqueline. Thank you, Idris. Thank you, Raki. And thank you, Susan, really, for that very, very exciting session. Let's give them another round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you so very much. Now, Eugene, tell me, what is the time now as per Cameroonian time? It is 3:30 East African time, but it's actually 1:30 Cameroonian time. One thing we did tell you, we are using Central Africa time in the spirit of unity. That's why you went for your tea break at around noon. So kindly allow Eugene to come and thank us for waiting, and to thank our panelists, and also, you know, our dignitaries who came in the morning in absentia. And from there, we are going to dismiss you for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to, let me guarantee you, this is the last 10 minutes of today, okay? We are going to go through this very quickly. I just want to acknowledge the distinguished guests who are here with us this afternoon, and to make it easy on myself, say all protocol respected. Now, it is with great joy that and gratitude that I stand before you today on behalf of the senior management and staff of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, led by Dr. Mithika Mwenda, to express our sincere appreciation for your presence and support at this momentous occasion. Allow me to also acknowledge the board of PACJA for the mandate and support they have given us to undertake this transformative program. In this regard, let me pay tribute to the chair of the Political and Technical Affairs Committee, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, who, as you may have noticed in the program, was supposed to be making this speech, but is unavoidably absent. The good news is that he's standing by and will say a few words to us after I'm done. The official launch of the high-level symposium, kicking off the third cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice here at Kenyatta University, is a historic event that marks the beginning of what we consider a new chapter in our collective efforts to address the pressing challenges of climate change and its impact on our communities, especially the most vulnerable and marginalized. As you have already been told, the summer school is a 2-week intensive course that aims to provide you participants with a comprehensive and interdisciplinary understanding of the concept and practice of climate justice in Africa and beyond. We are honored and humbled to drive this amazing initiative, which brings together scholars, activists, policymakers, and practitioners from different disciplines, backgrounds, and regions to share their knowledge, insights, and experiences on how to advance climate justice in Africa and beyond. Now, this has taken many months to put together, and so we'd like to thank the organizing team, those who have worked long hours developing the curriculum of the program and ensuring that the logistics are on point. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, partners, and facilitators of this summer school for their vision, dedication, and generosity. I'll allow Dr. Jamshi, who is speaking after me, to mention those partners, but also allow me to thank the panels, those who have spoken here today, for providing insights and perspectives that have already begun to shape our understanding of the challenges that lay ahead of us. Let me mention the management, faculty, and students of Kenyatta University for their partnership. Now, without these amazing partners and many others whom we cannot mention here, this program would not have been possible. Finally, I would like to thank the participants for their enthusiasm, curiosity, and collaboration. As you must have heard, we're having participants this year from more than 70 countries. And I think this is the biggest cohort we've ever had. That's an indication of the interest. Thank you. That's an indication of the interest that young people have in being part of the solution. We look forward to learning from you and with you in the next 2 weeks as we embark on this exciting journey of discovery, dialogue, and transformation. Now, one of the things we can assure you of, and I'm flipping to the last page so that I keep it short, is our support as an alliance and working together with our partners to continue to support young people in Africa to drive the agenda on behalf of the millions that are suffering the impact of climate change. In this regard, in addition to the summer school, we're also going to be launching another youth program on the 9th, to which you will all be invited. It's called the Youth for Adaptation Program, YAF, Youth for Adaptation Finance Initiative. And we'll be doing this at our hotel where we're staying. So look out for information about this and be part of it. That said, allow me to invite Dr. Njamshin now to speak with a higher voice and to grace our day, and we can call it off after he speaks.
Thank you, Eugene. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I'd like to thank you for this day. I would like to thank everybody. It may surprise you, but this is the truth. I did not sleep the whole night because I was busy watching how young Africans were pouring into Kenya, waving the flags of their countries. I know exactly when the Zambian team left, Malawian team, and all those other countries, and when they arrived in Nairobi. I observed those who were waiting for the bus or for the pickup from the airport, who were finally picked up. I observed everything. Not because I lacked something to do, at least I should be sleeping, but because I was watching this with admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 years ago, this was not possible. I think seeing all these African youths from all the corners of the continent coming together, chatting amongst themselves, meeting each other for the first time in Addis Ababa and all those airports is a great success. If some of our politicians have failed to unite the continent because of egoism, because they want to hold their countries close to their chest and roll it the way they want, the African youth will unite this continent. And the Nairobi Summer School is one of the playgrounds where we unite the whole Africa. We don't care about the language. We don't care about your color. We don't care about which region you come from. This is the beauty of the summer school. I think we are all in the ship that is moving. Those who are slow in African unity will come to the beach when the ship had already taken off. Please keep encouraging each other. The summer school is a place of learning. It's a place of sharing. It's a place of communion. When we leave from Nairobi at the end of 2 weeks, we'll be transformed, injected, and charged to take action at all levels. Now, this would not have been possible were it not for these partners that have believed in us and are supporting in one way or the other. I'll mention a few. The Environment Defense Fund, the Save the Children, One Campaign, the East African Farmers Federation, WWF, Zambia, Fair Trade, and Christian Aid. Of course, Christian Aid has been the midwife of PACJA and has been with us all through. Then the Swedish Embassy, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and all of these people. My sister, Suzanne Otieno, you just gave the first lecture. I'll be coming to Nairobi and we'll have a discussion. This is the Africa we want. This is what we want. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good lunch and have a good rest, because I know most of you arrived this morning. With that, see you very soon. On behalf of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, again, let's celebrate Africa. Let's celebrate Mother Africa, because that's all we have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njamshi. And the most important announcement of the day, this is how we're going to eat. Very quickly, please take note so that we don't miss. We don't want to go out at the same time. So watch out for a couple of people who will pass by and invite you to lunch. You will be given a voucher. Without that voucher, you wouldn't be able to be served lunch. So make sure you have it. This is the order that we're having from our colleagues at logistics. So there is what they're referring to as the high table, which will constitute some of our distinguished guests and the VIPs. Well, everyone is VIP in some way or the other. But for the purpose of organizing, the people who are sitting in the red chairs right in front of me and the faculty and staff of Kenyatta University will join this group. And Belinda will have your lunch vouchers and direct you to where to have lunch. There's a group that is only referred to as the first group, but I'm sure we know what that means. That will be led by Stephen. Stephen has your vouchers if you're part of group 1. Just sit where you are, they will come to you, don't worry. There's a second group that will be led by Victoria. Victoria also has your voucher. There's a third group, which are made up mainly of members of KPCG. And Emanuela has your vouchers. There's a fourth group that is made up predominantly of members of the media. Eve has your vouchers, journalists and those kind of people. There's group 5. Group 5 will be, there's group 6, which will be the interpreters and the people who have been providing technical support. Caroline has your vouchers. There's group 7, which is the PACJA staff. Kevin has your vouchers. The not very tall guy